Peace and blessings, family. Peace and blessings. I want to make sure you all can hear me before we go live. Let's make sure the audio and the video is clear. And then we will get started with the broadcast for this evening. So if there's any issues, let me know. If everything's clear, let me know everything's loud and clear. And we'll go ahead and get things started. And I know there's probably about a 15-second delay, so it will take a little while for everyone to respond with the interactions for tonight. I get loud and clear. Okay, so looks like we're good to go. I'm gonna go ahead and call in the blog talk and we will get started.
Welcome to Blogtalk Radio. Please enter your host PIN. When finished, press the pound key.
To start your show now, press 1.
Your show is scheduled to start in 16 seconds. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
So the Most High is going to stop the flowing of the people going into that country. Read.
Jeremiah chapter 51, the end of verse 44. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. Verse 45. My people, go ye out of the midst.
Hold up, read that again.
My people, go ye out of the midst.
I think within this chapter, he said flee and get out of her around 3-4 times. Right? Read.
My people, go ye out of the midst of her, and deliver ye every man his soul from the fierce anger of the Most High Ahijah. And let your heart faint, and ye fear for the rumors that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor. And
wars and rumors of wars. You hear about it, and because it's not happening, you think it's not going to happen. Read.
Verse 46, end of verse 46. And violence in the land, ruler against ruler. Verse 47. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and her whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth, and all that is therein, shall sing for Babylon, for the spoiler shall come up unto her from the north, saith the Most High Ahijah. As Babylon hath caused the slain of Israel to fall, so as Babylon shall call the slain of all the earth. Ye that have escaped the sword, go away, stand not still. Remember the Most High Ahijah afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind.
Listen to this clear. Ye that have escaped the sword, that means you escape the destruction that's coming to Babylon, go away and stand not still. So when you leave, remember the power or the God higher afar off. And let Jerusalem come into your mind. That's looking forward, not looking back. Now let Jerusalem come into your mind. She's finished. Right? Read.
Verse 51. We are confounded because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces. For strangers are coming to the sanctuary of the Lord's house.
Strangers have destroyed us. Strangers have destroyed our sanctuary, our belief. They destroyed our understanding so that we cannot connect to our God. They've given us their God. Baal, Satan, the dragon, Moloch. These are the gods we've been worshiping ignorantly. Jesus, Zeus. Okay, we ain't know nobody named Jesus. Total madness. And then when we wake up and understand these things, we say, well, hold up. I'm a stranger here. You dragged me here. And the Most High starts reviving us. They be like, okay, we have one who's the extremist. You're a terrorist. Read on.
Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 52. Wherefore, behold, the days come, saith the Most High Ahijah, that I will do judgment upon her graven images.
He's going to destroy all your images and your idols. And man, if you even look at Washington, D.C., it's idol after idol, monuments of idols, obelisks, which is man's personal member. That's what an obelisk is. What's that, the Washington Monument? Idols every place. 5-pointed stars every place. For what if some did not believe? So what if you don't believe what we're teaching you? Paul asked, so what if some did not believe? Shall your unbelief make the faith of God without effect? You mean the Most High is going to stop his own program because you don't believe so? No, you're dead. That's what you are. Okay? His program was before us. And it will be well after us. And that's for the people that's walking out there. Well, there's wars all the time. There've always been these situations. Every few years this happens. Nothing is going to change. That's a dead thing.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakatham, Wathawada. Peaceful Sabbath. Bless you all. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab. It is 7:10 p.m. Central Standard Time, May 13th, 2022. And I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well this evening. Here on this broadcast for the Gathering of Christ Church. Man, Holy Spirit is on fire right now. I want to give all praises to the Most High, the Creator of the universe, for this day, very, very powerful day, and for being here for this Sabbath, and also for this broadcast is definitely an honor. And just want to first give thanks to the Creator of the universe, whose name is Ahijah in the Hebrew. His son's name in the Hebrew is Yeshua, whom the world knows as Jesus Christ. And the Holy Spirit, which in the Hebrew is the Ruach. All right. Definitely got to give it up to the Godhead and the power that they bring forth and that they're bringing forth here in these last days. And the spirit that's moving right now, man, so much to talk about. We have a very, very, very special broadcast for you brothers and sisters tonight. Let me go ahead and get the title for you all before we go into some announcements here. Tonight's broadcast title is I Will Make a Man More Precious Than Fine Gold. I will make a man more precious than fine gold. All right. What does that mean? We're gonna talk about it tonight. We're gonna, this particular broadcast for tonight is long overdue. It's a much needed broadcast. But before I go into all of that, and how the Spirit is operating and working with this church, and not to deny the power of the Holy Spirit that's operating throughout the whole world right now, pouring the Spirit out on all flesh, so that all flesh have a chance to tap into that Spirit that sits next to the Heavenly Father. Okay, that's in the heavenly realm next to the Creator and His Son. That Spirit that's being poured out right now is unbelievable. Okay, but definitely strap in for tonight. It's going to be a power packed broadcast, probably a roller coaster broadcast. So we're going to get through it as best we can with all the information that is here, with so much to go through and go over with you all. But just so that we get started with the broadcast and everybody knows how to reach us here, we are on YouTube tonight. We are streaming from GOCC Southwest on YouTube. So if you would like to watch, or you can listen as well through YouTube, just go to GOCC Southwest on YouTube and you should see us streaming live there. Just click on the video and you can tune in. All right. Also, you have Blog Talk. We are simulcasting through Blog Talk. So call in. The guest call the number tonight is 515-605-9327. Again, 515-605-9327. Simply press 1 if you have a comment or a question. We're going to do something a little different tonight. I definitely want to interact with you brothers and sisters. And so at any time, call in. Because tonight is going to be very thought-provoking as far as the conversation at hand and the subject matter. So I would definitely love to have brothers and sisters chiming in to get your input, to get your thoughts as we go through all the information. All right. So also make sure you're subscribed here. Subscribe, hit the bell, so that you're notified, because we use 2 platforms. It just depends on the subject matter. If we're, a subject matter like tonight, we're pretty safe, at least for now, to talk about it here on this platform. But when we're talking about things medically, like the medical procedure that they've been pushing on the population the past 2 years, we got to go to a different platform to speak on that. So, but if you're subscribed here, you're always going to know where we're going to be, whether we're going to be here on YouTube or whether we're going to be on Twitch. Okay. But also, check the description box of the video. You will find our links. You have Odyssey, GOCC Southwest on Odyssey.com. That is our backup channel. We put all of the videos that we cannot have here. We back them up there on Odyssey so that you can always go there and check the videos out. So you want to go back and look at our past broadcasts. All right. So just want to make that clear for everyone. And also share this video, or let everyone know that we are live now. Hit the like button. Let's get the word out. You have those out here who are hungry for truth. And we want to make sure that we're blowing the trumpet as loud as we can here in these last days, so that everyone can hear and know and have access to the truth, just like all of us have access to it. Okay, so social media, email, whatever format you use to communicate, make sure you share, let everyone know. All right. Also, we have the upcoming Hebrew and Bible Academy. All right, starting May 22nd. And again, now's the time to get the information. Okay, the information is coming out at an astronomical rate of to where we can't even hold the floodgates back of the information that's pouring out and the revelation that's coming here in these last days. And it's no telling how much longer it's going to be here. So definitely sign up, enroll, get it while you can. Go to historytimes.org if you would like to participate in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. You can also find out more information. If you don't know what that is, you can go to historytimes.org. It tells you all about the Hebrew and Bible Academy, where we teach the Hebrew, we go through real-time news, and have just the foundational lessons, deeper scholastic level biblical lessons to give you a strong foundation and continue to build just your acumen when it comes to this Bible, okay, your tutelage. And where the elders come on and bring forth the information, and pretty much nowhere else you're going to find the information the way you find it there on the Academy. So make sure you're tuned in, all right? Also, we have the church YouTube channels. A Gathering 144 is the primary channel. We also have GOCC NYC as the backup channel, along with the church website, gatheringofchrist.org. Okay, so if you'd like to find out more about the church, those are the main platforms for the church. Make sure you check those out. Also, make sure you check out Elder Gabar, the regional elder out of New York and the East Coast, for an I Am Fit podcast that he does through the week. Make sure you're checking it out. There's a lot of subject matter that's covered there on that podcast. A lot of interaction with the audience. So make sure that you're supporting and checking that out also. Okay. And with that being said, we pretty much covered all the announcements. I want to go right into the information. As I see, we have about 200 people in right now, which is good. We're about half the number, maybe a little under half of what we typically hit on any given Friday night. But just want to make sure that before we get started, that we have as many people here, because if you come in midstream, you might get the wrong impression about what this broadcast is about and not really truly understand the full context. Okay, because we're going to cover a lot of different things, but it all connects. And so let me go ahead and go over to the title one more time. Okay, again, the title for tonight is I Will Make a Man More Precious Than Fine Gold. I will make a man more precious than fine gold. And before we go into what that means and what we're going to talk about in regards to the title for tonight's broadcast, I want to kind of talk a little bit about how we got here to this title and some of the subject matter we're going to cover tonight. It was last week, and I was taking note of something that was going on that just really stood out to me. And I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but there was something that was going on in the earth that really was standing out. And I started to pray on it. I started to, meditate in my thoughts about just what was on my spirit, and so then it came to me to put this lesson together, this broadcast together. And so beginning of this week I started working on it, and I finished it up last night. Right, pretty much everything I wanted to talk about was complete last night. I mean, I've been working on it all week. It takes time to really put these type of broadcasts together. It may seem like these things are easy to do and the information is easy to come up with, but there's so much that goes into it. A lot of energy, a lot of time, a lot of prayer. And lo and behold, for those of you that caught the broadcast today, that Elder Ricard Shiar came on today on the Patreon about the daughters of Zion being kidnapped, right? The kidnapping of the daughters of Zion. We're talking about black women being kidnapped at a disproportionate rate right now, and this thing that's going on with sex trafficking and all of that, and so much of what the elder was bringing out, it so perfectly connects to tonight's content. And I was amazed, and again I say this all the time, just how amazed I am at the Holy Spirit, how the content that comes out, the information that comes out, and, those that are in the Spirit, when I say Spirit, I'm talking about the Holy Spirit. We're sharing the same mind. You would think that, I was either reading Elder Ricar's mind or he was reading my mind with the information that's going to be brought out today that, he's already spoken on and I'm going to speak on here this evening. And even though there was, he was dealing with the kidnapping part and portion of what's going on right now with our sisters. And we're talking about tonight how a man will be made more precious than fine gold. And just how, even though different angles, but just so closely intertwined as far as content. And so, you're probably going to hear some of the same talking points and some of the same information, even maybe some of the same scriptures brought up. But just know and understand that I did not talk to Elder Ricard about, what he was going to go into. I didn't tell him what I was going to go into. This is all coming in the Spirit. All right, just so everyone knows. But it's dealing tonight with a man becoming more precious than fine gold. And I want to first deal with what that means. So in order to deal with that, we must first go to these scriptures. All right, and we're going to go to Isaiah chapter 13. And while y'all are going there, I want to make a disclaimer. All right, I want to make a disclaimer before we get started. And before we go to Isaiah 13, just making the disclaimer, let's go to St. John chapter 4. Actually, we're going to go to St. John chapter 4 and then come back to Isaiah 13. I want to make a disclaimer. I first want to give a shout out to all the brothers that are out there, whether you're part of our church, whether you're someone who is coming across this video, because we're on YouTube. This is an open public forum, so anyone can come across this video. All right, so this is for you brothers out there too that are looking for truth. Okay, you're in this time, there's lots of confusion, there's a lot of crazy things going on, and there's something on your spirit that you feel that something ain't right in the world, and you're seeking truth and understanding in these times to understand and to have that vision and have that path, paved out in front of you so you can understand clearly, the path you should walk. All right. But for those brothers out there, I want to say, shout out to you brothers that are operating in righteousness, that are seeking truth in these times. And I also want to do the same thing for the sisters out there. All the sisters that are out there, whether you're part of our church or you're not, you're coming across this video, you're listening tonight, and you are seeking virtuousness, you're seeking to be a virtuous daughter of Zion, and you know that something's not right in the world, and you're looking for understanding for what's going on in the world, what's going on in these times. Why is it that there's something within my spirit that's resonating and seeking truth? Okay, and you're looking to uphold yourself in a righteous and virtuous manner, and you're fighting for that. I want to give a shout out to those sisters that are out there that are have that path etched out, or you're looking for that path. Okay, and I had to make this disclaimer because tonight's broadcast, it's a very much needed conversation, and I don't know, it could rub some people the wrong way, what we're going to talk about tonight. Okay, the information that's going to come out tonight, it could rub a lot of people the wrong way, but hopefully not. But that's just what the power of the truth has the capability of doing. So speaking of the truth, I want to go to John chapter 4 verse 23, and I want to read this here. It says, "But the hour cometh, and now is, when the true worshipers shall worship the Father in spirit and in truth. For the Father seeketh such to worship him." All right. And I very well believe that we are in that hour. I believe that we are in that hour to where The Heavenly Father has poured out His Spirit upon all flesh. He's pleading with mankind to repent, both man and woman, both Jew and Gentile alike, to repent and follow His way, follow His order. Okay, and within that comes correction. Okay, it comes with identifying and pointing out things that might not be as comfortable to talk about or as comfortable to admit within ourselves that we do or that we are doing. But if you want to be found in good standing with the Most High God, you must understand the hour that we're in, and you must understand what is expected of you. It's expected of you, the true worshipers, to worship Him, the Father, in spirit and in truth. Period. Because the Father seeketh such to worship Him. Okay, so from my position and where I sit as a leader, of the Gathering of Christ Church, an elder, as a servant of the Most High, my job is to bring the truth and speak the truth, and regardless of who it may or may not offend. Okay, and do it in a way that hopefully can be able to be reached. Do it in a meek manner so that those out there listening can understand and accept it, but also understanding that sometimes it doesn't matter how you say things. Truth hurts. Okay? And the truth might hurt tonight for some people. But I would just ask you to be patient and allow the truth to come out, and then just do an overview and look at the whole content. All right? Not picking out bits and pieces that you don't like, and then that being the overall view of what's coming out. But look at the whole overall work of the content that's coming out tonight, and put it in perspective of the times we're living in and the condition of the children of Israel, which are the blacks, the Hispanics, the Native Americans, the poor, indigenous that have been scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. Check out the condition right now of these people. Okay? And ask yourself the question, why are we in this condition? Why are things so messed up in the black community? Why is there so much division? All right, so now that I've made that disclaimer, and I might make a few disclaimers tonight because, unfortunately, I have to make myself very clear. Some people may not understand exactly maybe what I'm saying, so I'll try to make myself very clear with a lot of the talking points that I have. And again, of course, call in. All right, you have something you would like to say, what's being said tonight, please call in, because sitting talking for 4 or 5 hours, I tend to lose my voice, right? So I do things to try to keep my voice afloat, speaking for 4 or 5 hours. So it also gives me a break to be able to stop from speaking and actually listen to those out there that are also have things on their mind. Okay, it gives me a break. But definitely, I want to hear what everyone else is on their mind as well. Whether we agree or disagree, let's have a conversation. I think the biggest problem within the black community is that we may have some disagreements, and that because of those disagreements, it's almost like we're afraid to talk to each other. Like whatever happened to us being able to just talk, and we might disagree on some things, but still be able to understand that we are the same people. Okay, we are the same race, even in our disagreements. That's not going to change. All right, and let us work on building those relationships where we agree. And I'm going to talk more about that tonight as well. All right, but now let's deal with the title for tonight once again. Going to Isaiah 13, verse 12, and I'm going to read it here. I'm going to read Isaiah 13, because this is where we get this title from. It's actually from Scripture in the book of Isaiah, who was a prophet, and it reads, "I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man, than the golden wedge of Ophir. So what does it mean that a man would become more precious than fine gold? Well, we're going to work through the information tonight. That's not something that necessarily we're just going to answer in 5 minutes or in a couple of minutes. We have to go through the information, but be patient, right? Speaking about the golden wedge of Ophir, when you look in history and you look at Ophir was a port town. It was actually a port town that was known for its jewels. Okay, precious stones, precious metals, all right, diamonds, gold. And Solomon would actually buy his precious stones and precious metals from this port town. So out of the whole world, they had the best of precious metals and stones. So a man, and when we talk about men tonight, okay, we got the children of Israel. All right. You have within the children of Israel, the tribe of Judah, which is the head tribe. We're going to be mainly and predominantly talking about black men. Okay. Because the tribe of Judah is the king tribe of Israel. And it's through the king tribe that pretty much this whole world moves to. All right. This whole world moves to. The other tribes, whenever Judah is roused up, the other tribes rouse up. But not only other tribes, also the other nations rouse up in support of Judah. All right. But the black man is down right now. Okay. And this society we live in is probably the lowest point, at least from a psychological standpoint and from a social standpoint. He's down right now, but not for long. But understand that he will become as precious and as rare and as valuable as those same jewels that Solomon went to retrieve from this port town of Ophir. The best of the best men, okay, will become so precious. They will become so rare. And you have to ask yourself the question, and maybe I can ask this to our sisters that are out there. Because sisters, you're the ones that are dealing with men. You're looking for a man if you're single, a husband. Okay. Speaking to you, what do you think? Do you think that there is a lot of good men out here, especially if you're, a sister looking for a black man? Is there an abundance of good black men to choose from out here in this world right now for all my single sisters? And if you're married, you can speak to this too. Okay, but I think it's clear from at least the conversations I've had, and you hear it. There's no good men out here, right? So, are we already in this prophecy? And I would like to think that we're just in the beginning of this prophecy. It gets way worse from here. We talk about black men, and so the next question is, when it comes to black men and are there any good black men out here? Are there any valuable or men of value that are out here? And of course, you have the other tribes. You have Gentiles for those who are Gentiles, but we want to focus in on Judah. Okay, Judah is public enemy number one, enemy of the state. When it comes to who the devil is really aimed at. And the information tonight, we're going to go through it so you'll see. All right. And typically when we go through these broadcasts here on Friday night. We're usually typically more so dealing with the technology side of prophecy and, things, dealing with, Mark of the Beast and, their agenda and what they're doing, all of that. But tonight we're dealing with something that's a little bit more on the social, economic side of dealing with the children of Israel, primarily the black men, which is the tribe of Judah. Okay. And, but it's still prophetic. Nonetheless, it still ties in with prophecy and the actual theme of this broadcast. And again, like I said, I think that this is going to be one of the most, powerful broadcasts, the most important broadcasts that we've done here on Friday night, Sabbath. And like I said, this is something that I've really wanted to speak about for a long time now, but just really haven't had the opportunity and the chance, I feel. But I feel like now that the door has kind of opened up to really talk about this and to show how it really ties into prophecy. But back to a man becoming more precious than fine gold. So brothers out there, speaking to the tribe of Judah and all the other tribes, listen, you can chime in on this as well. Okay, but the tribe of Judah, black men. You also have Benjamites, which are the Jamaicans. You have Levites, which are the Haitians. All right, Southern Kingdom. But Judah, in particular, men out there. And I know there's a delay, so I'm gonna ask this question. I'm gonna keep going, but I'll look at the comments people have later. Okay. Do you feel like a black man has any value right now in today's society? To all my brothers out there, is a black man precious in our modern day society? Does anyone revere the black man as precious? Now, I'm not talking about that they, are influenced by a black man's swagger or his style, or they may like him. They like the fact that he plays basketball for their home team or their home college or football or whatever sport, or he can get on stage and he can, do his thing and rock the crowd. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, is a black man in today's society looked at as precious? All right. And I'm not speaking from, I'm not saying that do you as an individual think that. I'm talking about the society. Does society look at black men as precious? And now for the sisters that are out there. Sisters, I'm not asking you what do you think about black men. I'm asking you, what does society think? What does the world think about black men? Do you think that the world looks at black men as precious, more precious than fine gold right now in today's society? Right? 'Cause I think some people are saying yes, they are, because that's how you feel. But I don't want to know how you feel. I want to know what you think, how the world looks at black men. Okay? How does the world look at black men? As precious? And we're going to go through some information tonight. So for those that have said, the black man is looked at as precious in this world, we're going to go through some information tonight. And then I want you to tell me if you still feel the same way, that this world, this society looks at black men as precious, but knowing prophecy says more precious than fine gold, than the gold of Ophir. Meaning that the black man would be revered as the main man to look at in all the world. That it would be a black man's world ran by black men. And the black man would not be down. Is that the society we live in right now? I think it's clear and obvious that that is not the case. The scripture even tells us that Esau is the end of the world. Right? So Esau would be the one that you would say is looked at as precious in this society. His men are looked at as precious, not black men. Okay. Again, I'm not asking what do you think personally. I'm asking you how does this world view black men? Because your opinion is your opinion. You're just one person. There's a world of 7 billion people. Okay, so we got to look at the whole picture here, not just your views and what you think, because the world is bigger than that, right? So now that we've established that this is prophetic prophecy, that we're going to go into a time, which I believe we're just scratching the surface now, and sisters are complaining now there's no good black men. We're going to go into a time to where you are not going to be able to describe how rare it is to have a good black man around. And maybe any black man altogether, for that matter of fact. Even the ones that you may look at as the most worst of the worst of black men. Okay, or even your average that you would say, oh, well, he's just average. He's just an average black man. You know, he only has this or has that. He's average, right? Let us now go to the Apocrypha. Let's go to 2nd Esdras 16. Let's go to 2nd Esdras 16, and we're going to start at verse 23, because Esdras talks about this man being more precious, being so rare in the last days. 2nd Esdras 16, and we're going to start at verse 23. All right, let me bring my screen up here for you all so you can see it here. Follow along with me with the scriptures as we go through them. Second Esdras 16 and 23 says, and the dead shall be cast out as dung, and there shall be no man to comfort them. For the earth shall be wasted, and the cities shall be cast down. So there's going to be so many dead people. It's going to be like sewage. It's going to be like feces, to where you flush it down the stool and don't even think about it. You don't got time to think about how much death, how many dead bodies that are piling up, and there's not enough land to bury all these dead bodies. Okay, and because there's no, all these dead bodies are piling up, that means there's not going to be any man there to comfort you in the death of your loved ones or those who you would look to for help. Verse 24, there shall be no man left to till the earth and to sow it. That's how rare it's going to be in these last days. We've been talking about it a lot here, and we're going to talk about it tonight. The famine. Okay. President Joe Biden came out recently. He made a decree to the United States, to the people. He said, look, we're going into a famine. Get ready for it. We're going to have a shortage of food. He may not have used the word famine, but he said we're going to have a shortage of food. But now we're looking and seeing a famine or a shortage of men, to where the man works the field. He goes out, he lays the concrete, does all the construction, all of that. All that's coming to an end, to the place to where even the planting of food so you can eat, there won't be any man to do it. Let's drop down to 27. It says, so that one man shall desire to see another and to hear his voice. Okay. A man shall desire to see another man just to hear his voice. So movies that come to mind, The Book of Eli. Okay. The Road. Any apocalyptic movie that you see where you see one man and he's all by himself with no one else around. All right. He's not where everyone else is, and they're not where he is. And there's a famine of men everywhere. Verse 27, verse 33. The virgin shall mourn, having no bridegrooms. Meaning the women will mourn, having no husbands or no fiancés. No husbands to be. So are sisters not already mourning now? Is that not something, we could say when sisters are saying there's no good men out here? Are sisters not already mourning, having no bridegrooms? You see how this is all a shadow or a sign of things to come. Now, I believe that there are a lot of good men out here. I think that, there are some instances to where those men aren't being given credit. But also, these men are far few in between. But they're out here, but they're scattered. And so you may not necessarily just come across these men on a day-to-day basis. You may come across a good man every now and then. All right. But understand it's going to come to a time to where there's going to be none anywhere you go. It says the women shall mourn, having no husbands. Their daughters shall mourn, having no helpers. And as we're going through this information, you're going to see just how crazy, how this perfectly ties in with the Patreon the elder brought out. Okay. The women mourning, having no men. What does that do? No companionship, no protection, no security, no help. Okay. No safety. Check it out. Verse 34. In the wars shall their bridegrooms be destroyed, and their husbands shall perish of famine. So we're going into a time of all-out war, world war, the final war in the earth, where men are going to be drafted, and women, but mainly men, are going to be drafted to be sacrificed on the battlefields of war as a blood sacrifice to the devil. Okay, to be slaughtered in these wars. Okay, and if you escape the draft and the war, men are going to perish from famine. No food, no water, no medical attention, or whatever else you need to help you sustain. They're going to perish. All right. And I want to bring up a picture here. It was a brother in San Antonio sent me this picture this week. It says HEB at Montgomery. Breakfast food. Can someone please tell me if Kitty Hawk, Foster, or Austin Highway has breakfast food, specifically toaster strudel and chocolate chip waffles? Right? And when you look at the picture, what do you see? Or should I say, what do you not see? Food. Empty shelves. I'm talking about all the way down the road. No food. Famine. Now, for right now, they're just starting with an item or two. In this case, they're dealing with breakfast food. Another thing that there's a shortage of right now, or they say there's a shortage of, is baby formula. So what they're doing is they're introducing you to the famine one food item at a time. How does this tie into tonight's broadcast? We're going to come back to this picture later. All right, we're going to come back to this picture later, but I want to go into now the inspiration behind this broadcast and what I was seeing happening that made me say a man will be made more precious than fine gold in our times. I started seeing something happening real time. It was alarming. Okay, and it wasn't just what I was seeing that was happening, but the reaction that I was seeing was very, very telling. So let me pull it up here so we can now go in. We are about to go in. Let me pull this up here for you all. This comes off NBCnews.com. It says, Kevin Samuels, YouTuber with 1.4 million subscribers, has died. His mother says. Samuels' views on dating and relationships, which many people on social media felt were an attack on black women, often sparked outrage. So I'm pretty sure most people have heard in the black community about Kevin Samuels and his passing. If not, don't worry, we're gonna speak about it tonight. Let me pull a picture up here. And may the brother rest in peace. But last week, Wednesday evening, which was May 5th, it was said that it was May 5th going into May 6th, Thursday morning. It was said that Kevin Samuels had passed away from a heart attack. Okay? We're going to come back more and speak about Kevin Samuels in a moment. All right. Actually, as a matter of fact, let me go ahead and pull this up here, because we're going to come back to this. This is also on NBCnews.com. It says Kevin Samuels' death raises a simmering debate between black men and women. Some saw a man spouting brutally sexist ideas, while others saw a truth teller who pulled no punches. So we're going to be coming back and we're going to have this conversation tonight. What is going on with black men and women relationships? What's going on in the black community? Is the black community together, man and woman, right now? Or are they divided? I'm not talking about you can go to this house here or that house there and there's a happy home. I'm talking about as a whole. What is going on in the black community between black men and black women? We need to talk about it. All right. But again, going back to the title of tonight's broadcast, about a man being made more precious than gold. Let's get the next article here. This comes off of SI.com. It says Dwayne Haskins was struck by dump truck on highway, authorities say. This was April 9th, 2022, so about a month ago. You had and some of you may or may not know who Dwayne Haskins is, but he was he was an NFL player. He played football for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was drafted to the Washington Redskins, who was not the Redskins now, but the Washington team. And he used to play for Ohio State football. Very, very talented young man who actually was a finalist for the Heisman Trophy, one of the highest awards you can receive in football. Steelers quarterback Dwayne Haskins died at the age of 24 on Saturday morning. Details have started to emerge about the incident after it was initially reported that Haskins was killed after being struck by a vehicle. In this case, the vehicle was a dump truck. Okay. And when you listen to the witness, they said that it was on a highway. His car was on the side of the road, and he was walking across the highway, and the witness seen him and was like, oh no, what is he doing? And he walked right out like he was crossing the road and got ran over by a dump truck. Very bizarre. Very bizarre to be walking out. This is an NFL football player, mind you. Walking out at 6:30 in the morning on a Saturday on the interstate. Okay, and let me pull a picture up so you all can see Dwayne Haskins here, just so you can put a face to the name. There's Dwayne Haskins. Okay. Used to play for Ohio State. Got drafted to Washington. Got traded to Pittsburgh. So, you know, you had Kevin Samuels on Friday night or Wednesday night do a broadcast. Everything seemed normal, seemed fine. Then in a matter of hours, dead. Dwayne Haskins walking around on a highway at 6:30 in the morning, dead. Very bizarre. Doesn't stop there. So right after Kevin Samuels dies, you had another NFL player die. Another black man, Judah, Southern Kingdomer, died. This comes off complex.com. Former Oklahoma Sooners defensive tackle Devonta Lampkin dies at 25 after suffering gunshot wound. Pretty much the same day Kevin Samuels died. 25. Dwayne Haskins was 24. Kevin Samuels was, I believe, 53, 56, one of those numbers. Still young. Former Oklahoma Sooners defensive tackle Devonta Lampkin was fatally shot on Thursday night, TMZ reports. Of course, TMZ always there at the scene of the crime. He was 25. According to the Dallas Police Department, police discovered Lampkin laying on his back with a single gunshot wound at a rented residence in downtown Dallas at 10:10 p.m. on Thursday. Dallas police are asking for help from anyone who could have information about Lampkin's death. So nobody knows anything. All they know is that he was shot in the back, laid out, dead. And may these brothers rest in peace. Right? Nobody's seen anything. Nobody knows anything. Another black man dead. Nothing to see here. Let's move on to the next conversation, right? That's pretty much what you see in these scenarios, these bizarre scenarios. You never hear any investigation going on. It's just kind of like, well, case closed, couldn't find out anything, right? But it didn't stop there. And then I seen another thing pop up on my feed. This is all in a matter of a couple of days. This comes off of DetroitFreePress.com. Adrian Payne, former Michigan State basketball star, shot and killed Monday at age 31. So in the span of a few days, you have another sports player killed shot and killed, 31 years old, right? And when you read in here, he was said to be a truly gentle giant. You know, how much of an upstanding man he was, and how he was looking to break up a fight. I believe it was a fight between friends. It was, I think, a man and woman. I'm not sure if they were his friends or, you know, he was related to them. But the man ended up shooting him and killing him. And right before we came on live, I seen a video pop up on my feed saying that it was a simp that killed this brother, meaning that it was what you would call a beta male or a simp, a you know, what a lot of women would say there's no good men. Well, he's one of those no good men that have no value, who's effeminate, very emotional, you know, very unstable. I don't know the details, but I'm just telling. But the thing I seen and kept seeing was young black men, you know, of high profile black men dying. And this doesn't even go into all the black men that have died that maybe aren't as high profile as these men that I've just shown you here. Okay? This isn't about, you know, this doesn't factor in the Pookies and the Ray Rays that are out there getting shot and killed every day. Okay, but these men just came across my timeline, and all in a matter of days, outside of Dwayne Haskins. He happened last month, and when I seen that, I was like, that's bizarre. That's very weird. Especially when you know how Dwayne Haskins was. He wasn't the type of guy where, let's just say, he was the easiest to control in the NFL. He was very problematic. When he was drafted to the Washington Redskins, and I don't know the reasoning behind, you know, his problematic nature. All I know is that, you know, he wasn't one of those guys that, you know, he was really easy that they could control. And I'm not saying that any of these brothers are saints or that they, you know, were just these upstanding, righteous men. That's not the point. The point that I'm seeing and that I'm talking about here tonight is black men dying. And it's like it's become so natural and normalized for black men to die and to be no big deal. And it doesn't discount when black women die. Okay, I'm not discounting that, because black women have died also in crazy situations and scenarios. But when you talk about black men, it's disproportionate. So I'm dealing with the disproportionate death of all other races and genders, dealing with black men dying. Hence, again, talking about tonight's content, I will make a man more precious than fine gold. But it doesn't stop there with the assault on black people and black death. Let's keep going here. I know a lot of you all have probably seen this and heard of this a lot lately in your news feeds. It says here, off USA Today, people of color, the poor, and other marginalized people to bear the brunt if Roe v. Wade is overturned. What is Roe v. Wade? We're going to get that in a moment. So right now you have a huge thing where now Roe v. Wade, which was a case that was actually decreed in the 70s, 73, dealing with abortion is now just so conveniently on the table for discussion during a midterm election with a failing Democrat, liberal, Joe Biden. How convenient that this is now on the table for talks of overturning right at the beginning of summertime, when we know summertime is the time where they launched their psychological Operation Riots and get black people riled up in the streets to riot. But the thing we want to take from this is the fact that it's saying that people of color, the poor, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, they're the ones who are going to suffer if abortion is banned. Is that so? Next article, PBS, black and Hispanic people have the most to lose if Roe is overturned. So you mean to tell me that black people have the most to lose if it is illegal to kill your babies? We have the most to lose. Or do we have the most to gain? And do they have the most to lose if it's against the law to murder your baby? It says if you are black or Hispanic in a conservative state that already limits access to abortions, you are far more likely than a white person to have one. And if the U.S. Supreme Court allows states to further restrict or even ban abortions, minorities will bear the brunt of it, according to statistics analyzed by the Associated Press. The potential impact on minorities became all the more clear on Monday with the leak of a draft Supreme Court opinion suggesting that the court's conservative majority is poised to overturn the landmark 1973 decision legalizing abortion. And I want you all to pay very close attention to this year and this time period, 1973. We're going to talk a lot about this time period, the 60s, the 70s, what all was going on during the 60s and the 70s. The draft decision is not yet final, but it sent shockwaves through the country. Overturning the Roe v. Wade decision would give states authority to decide abortion's legality. Roughly half, largely in the South and Midwest, are likely to quickly ban abortion. Check this out. When it comes to the effect on minorities, the numbers are unambiguous. In Mississippi, people of color comprise 44% of the population, but 81% of women receiving abortions. So we don't even make up half of the population in Mississippi, but yet we make up 81% of the abortions. Does anyone not see this very troubling and disturbing? And why is it that we are leading in this category, in this statistic? Where are the other nations and them aborting their babies, killing their and murdering their children? And you go through all the states and it's the same thing. Texas, 59% population, 74% that abort. Alabama, 35% population, 69% that abort. And so on and so on. Meaning we make up the lowest amount of the population, but we're the highest to kill our babies. Blacks and Hispanics, predominantly black. Okay, yeah, it's we're the number one and number two, but it's mainly blacks. The blacks are number one to abort, and we have the most to lose if it's banned and made illegal. So I want you to see, just like the elder pointed out in the Patreon earlier, who was behind this narrative and these agendas for us to kill our babies. And when you look, it's mainly aimed at black male babies. It's the black male babies that are the ones that are actually most likely to be aborted, not the women. Sound like deja vu, something we've read about so long ago, maybe the Bible? We'll get there in a moment, but I want to keep going here. And it doesn't stop. BlackEnterprise.com. Black women in the South have been preparing for the end of Roe vs. Wade. Check it out. So you have a sister here. Course, with a sign, black women are 4 times more likely to die during pregnancy and childbirth. The abortion rate for black women is 5 times that of white women. So basically, black women saying we need abortion. We need it. Because if we don't get abortion, we're going to die in having babies. The childbirth is going to kill us. And I don't have those numbers as far as how often a black woman dies during pregnancy, but I would say those numbers are probably very low. Even though you might be 4 times more likely, but those numbers are still very, very low. Like if you're comparing 1% to 4%, that's a non-factor. The factor is how many black babies are being killed. That's the thing we must weigh with how many black women are dying during pregnancy. But you notice how nothing here being said about the health of black women when they go through an abortion and how unnatural that is and what it does to a black woman's health when she has an abortion. It jacks her body up. Childbearing is natural, not abortion. It says, last week a leaked draft of a Supreme Court opinion pointed to the end of abortion rights nationally during a time when other countries are expanding abortion rights. So because other countries are expanding their murdering of babies, they're saying, well, America is doing opposite. They're looking to do opposite. I mean, this hasn't happened yet, but they're saying that's what they're looking to do. If that happens, it will leave millions of black women who seek abortion care at a higher rate than other women with less access to health care services and leaving them in worse health, education, and economic status. So what it's saying is that, well, when black women don't abort their babies, it puts them at a disadvantage. They can no longer chase their career. The baby becomes an economic burden that they can't afford to take care of. When we know the government has all kind of social handouts for our sisters who are single mothers. I'm talking about housing, food, health care, everything. So to try to say that it's going to be an economic, and don't let me forget child support, which again attacks the man. Okay? But they would make you want to think that this is going to hurt our sisters to not be able to kill their babies anymore. Right? And there's no other side to this argument about what this has done to the black race by killing off future generations of babies, the next generation of our of our future. So you have an agenda here by the liberal left, the Democrats, who have tricked us into thinking that abortion is good. It is good for the community. It is good for black women. Okay? It's good for black men who are looking to dodge child support. But nothing being said about, well, why are you getting pregnant before you get married? Because I would guarantee you that most of these instances are women who have gotten pregnant out of wedlock. What about getting married first? Okay? And then, under a stable financial situation and in righteousness, having a husband. And that should be the only scenario where women should be having a baby. You see, it was these type of conversations that our dear brother Kevin Samuels was bringing to the forefront, that the media so craftily, and also the liberals that are out there, the liberal lunatics, were so craftily, easily able to snip the parts of him that maybe wasn't the best of Kevin, to where that's all you saw was him at his worst, and none of the good, valid talking points that we really need to talk about and address in the black community. Kevin would say things like, marry before you carry. Marry before you carry. What is wrong with getting married first? We're going to talk more about that tonight as well. All right. But there's more here. And, but again, who is the target? We're going to see this target all throughout tonight's broadcast. The black woman is the target. She is the target in all of this. Naturalnews.com. Left-wing abortion terrorists vow to target conservative Supreme Court justices who signed on to draft repeal of Roe v. Wade. Okay, so you have now, and this has always been the case, liberals versus the conservatives, which is all one big game. The left versus the right, to where Donald Trump put in mostly I think he did 3 Supreme Court justices in his term, which is the most in any 4 years by any president. So it's a conservative, so-called Supreme Court, seating right now. And now the left-wing abortionists are now targeting to come after, to gain control of the Supreme Court. Especially now that Roe v. Wade is now looking, or at least is being talked about, being repealed. See, this all works perfectly into their plan of division, confusion, and chaos, so that they can be the ones to give you a solution out of the chaos, out of the confusion. Ordo ab chaos. Order out of chaos is the New World Order's MO. It's their slogan. But, okay, we're talking about black women's rights. That's what this is all about. Okay, no other race of women is at the forefront of this movement of Roe v. Wade than our sisters, who, want to have the ability to have control over their body. However, we've been under a 2-year terrorizing of looking to be forced and mandated into an injection medical procedure called DVOC 91, which is the disease spelled backwards or said backwards, where they were telling us we didn't have a choice over our bodies in getting the shot. So which one is it? Is it that we all have autonomy over our body to do what we want to do with it? Or is it the only autonomy you have over your body is when you're volunteering your body for death? Killing your baby, endangering your health through an abortion, taking a medical procedure, which the ingredients have been shown to be highly to be dangerous to your health and can result in death. So we must highlight this women's movement, primarily focusing on black women being out in front. But there's another movement that we must talk about that coincides with all of this. TheHeal.com. How Roe vs. Wade's reversal could affect the LGBT community. Now, what does the LGBT community have to do with anything when it comes to making babies, aborting babies? They can't make babies. Okay? Same gender on same gender can't make babies. So what does this got to do with them? But this is another group that is working parallel to the women's rights movement. All right, working parallel, and the Vox.com. If Roe vs. Wade falls, are LGBTQ rights next? So there it is. The sodomite community is up in arms because, hey, if they come after Roe vs. Wade and those abortion rights for women, then now they can come after our rights to marry that's been legalized in the 50 states. So that means we're next in the target. These two groups are working side by side, one with the other. All right? Deceiving and being deceived. Evil seducers shall be deceived and shall deceive. Okay? And with a conservative Supreme Court, then it's even more of a far cry that sodomites are in danger of losing their rights to go against God's law. And one thing that there's three groups you cannot talk about. And we're talking about those groups tonight. The Jewish community, the sodomite community, and black women. Those are the three groups that you cannot talk about without being canceled. And who was the one controlling it all? The first group I mentioned, which the Bible refers to as them who say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. Okay, so they're in control of the letter people gang. They're in charge of the feminist gang, which is actually now being ran by black women, and they're all working together. And if you talk about any of them and point out anything of the wrongdoing, you are going to get canceled. But it doesn't stop there when it comes to Roe versus Wade. Okay? All this is all connected and working together here against us as black people and leading us to the place to where the Most High God said he will make a man more precious than gold. More precious than gold. All right. Let's go to the next article. We just getting warmed up, brother, sister. We got a lot more to hit on as we lay the foundation. And I definitely, double honors to Elder Ricard, because he came on today and he, in the spirit, laid a beautiful foundation that we could build off of when it comes to these talking points and what's going on right now, and the targeting. It's always been a target on us, but it's being the war is being intensified, amplified against Judah and the children of Israel. Okay, but they are mainly focused on Judah. So what else do we have here? NewYorkPost.com. Overturning Roe vs. Wade could be damaging to economy and women, says Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, Treasury Secretary of the Federal Reserve. How convenient in a time where gas prices are going through the roof because of this so-called war in Ukraine with Russia, that there is a decreed food shortage coming, inflation on the rise because of the lockdown of 2020 and the supply chain crisis and ripple effect that we're dealing with now because of that. How convenient that now Roe vs. Wade could affect and be damaging to the American economy. Not only women, but the economy. Like, what does Roe vs. Wade got to do with the economy? But you see how they're able to now justify and give you, first of all, warning what's coming, and then justify why it came. Well, those conservative Republicans, they did reverse Roe vs. Wade. We did tell you it was going to damage the economy. So how does Roe vs. Wade damage the economy? Let's see if we can make sense out of the children, the rulers of this world, who serve the God of this world. It says here, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen on Tuesday said eliminating women's access to abortion would have very damaging effects on the U.S. economy, keeping some women from completing their educations and reducing their lifetime earnings potential and participation in the labor force. Again, if women can't abort their babies, they're not going to be able to go out and be independent women, primarily black women. It's going to stop them from completing their college degrees, their indoctrination at those brainwashing, indoctrinating centers called colleges, those feminist, those grounds for indoctrinated feminism to come into the mind of black women and reduce their lifetime earnings potential and participation in the labor force. Now black women, those darn babies are going to keep them from being able to go out and work so they can be boss bees, okay, independent chicks, all of that. Let's get these black women stirred up and up in arms over something that hasn't even happened. Just the idea that they might do it. So I just got a notification that from the officer that people in the chat are saying that they don't think that black babies are being aborted at that high level. Well, we're going to go into some information tonight, and we'll let the information speak, because we can have our opinions, but one thing of the fact is that men lie, women lie, numbers don't lie. All right, and we're going to go into the scripture. There's no new thing under the sun. So if you understand scripture, you understand prophecy, and you understand what we just read about a man being made more precious than fine gold. Okay, how do they get to this place of reducing the population? Is a sodomite black man with another sodomite black man and a sodomite black woman with another sodomite black woman? Is that not depopulation and population control? All of these groups are working together to depopulate us. So if we can't see that and think that the numbers are skewed, but that's okay. I'm gonna let the information speak, and then for those that are naysayers, they can actually, produce something that shows otherwise, scripturally and information. Because at the end of the day, the truth is the truth, and I believe what we're seeing here right now, the proof is in the pudding. But speaking about these groups, because I want to talk about these groups, and we have about 30 minutes left before we go into overtime. Blog Talk doesn't give us 3 hours before overtime anymore. So if you'd like to call in, I see some callers here, 210 area code 775. I'm going to take your calls here in a moment after I talk about these groups. And the guest caller number is 515-605-9327. And press the number 1 and we'll take your calls. Okay, but I want to talk about these groups. Let's first talk about the women's rights movement. Britannica.com. And if you believe that what's being brought out, that these numbers aren't accurate, that it's not that many black women as they say is killing their babies, call in, give your, state your case, bring the information you have. If you just have an opinion, that's it, that's fine. But when we deal with opinions here, we're dealing with educated opinions and not more so just hypotheticals that we may just in our minds think is the case, because that's just what we think. Anything that I do, I say, I bring information to back it up. I bring receipts. I don't like to speak off of what I feel when bringing forth content, even though I do give my opinion sometimes. Okay, but right now we're just going through information. We're going through the information. So here we have it, and it's no when I'm saying this, there's no disrespect to those who think that. I'm not saying that in any type of disrespectful way. I'm just basically stating, the facts here of what's going on, and you're entitled to believe what you want to believe. That's fine. But here we have the women's rights movement, political and social movement, also known as the women's liberation movement. And this broadcast tonight goes perfectly in with the funding of Black Death that the elders did the lesson on. I think it was a couple weeks ago on the Sabbath, a Sabbath lesson, the funding of Black Death. This goes perfect with that. So there's even more information there where you can get that lines perfectly up with what we're going through tonight. It says here, women's rights movement, also called women's liberation movement. Diverse social movement largely based in the United States that in the 1960s and 70s sought equal rights and opportunities and greater personal freedom for women. Now, what was going on in the 60s and the 70s in the black community? I'm going to pause, give y'all a few seconds to respond to that before I continue. What was going on in the black community during the 60s and 70s? You had what was called the civil rights movement. Okay. And so we were predominantly 90% and upwards those that made up the civil rights movement. You had some other races that joined in with us on that movement, but it was 90, majority was us. So if we were fighting for civil rights, what group of people were fighting for women's rights? Wasn't us. Wasn't our women. Our women were with their men, fighting with their men for civil rights. Even though that's a whole nother thing we're going to deal with tonight about that, how this all ties in together. And remember, I said highlight the 70s. 1973 is when Roe versus Wade was drafted as a case where abortion was legalized, coinciding and running parallel to the civil rights movement and the women's liberation movement. Okay, all these things working together during that era. It says here, it coincided with and is recognized as a part of the second wave of feminism. So these were white feminists, right? Not to say there wasn't a black sister or two out there, but majority of black women were fighting with their black men during this time period. They were standing with their men. They weren't into feminism. We were together in the black community. We had our own neighborhoods. We had our own businesses. We had our own schools. We were in a better case. We're going to talk more about that later when we talk about the integration and where we've come since this time to where we are now, and how the bait and switch has now taken effect to bring us to this place where we are right now. It says, while the first wave feminism of the 19th and early 20th centuries focused on women's legal rights, especially the right to vote, the second wave of feminism or the women's rights movement touched on every area of women's experience, including politics, work, the family, and sexuality. Sexuality like a woman's right to abort her baby, a woman's right to run after another woman, if she so choose to have that orientation in her sexuality. Organized activism by and on behalf of women continued through the third and fourth waves of feminism from the mid-1990s and the early 2010s, respectively. For more discussion of historical and contemporary feminists and the women's movements they inspired, see feminism. Okay, so we could go into feminism, but we pretty much covered it just with the women's rights and liberation movement. Highlight that word, liberation. Okay, the elder spoke about it earlier. We're going to speak about it again later. Women's liberation from what or from whom? But there's another group working alongside this timeline, this era. Here on Wikipedia, the LGBT movements. Lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender movements are social movements that advocate for LGBT people in society. Social movements may focus on equal rights, such as the ongoing movement for same-sex marriage, or they may focus on liberation. There goes that word again. What is it that mankind, who are they looking to be liberated from? They may focus on liberation, as in the gay liberation movement of the 1960s and 1970s. So you had these liberation movements, women wanting to be liberated, gays wanting to be liberated in the 60s and 70s. These movements weren't us. These were the Gentiles. This was their movements. but they were running alongside our movement so they could lump us all together and they could integrate us into those ideologies so that our sisters could take the feminist ideologies and our brothers and sisters could take the LGBTQ ideology. Fast forward to today, where are we? Black Lives Matter, all these groups, who's running them? Who's at the forefront? Feminist and LGBT gang. Okay. Who's behind them? Them that say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. So the synagogue of Satan is controlling this all the time to trick and trap us into these Gentile ways and ideologies, which was never our culture. This was never our culture or our mission. But somehow today, fast forward, and we become the face of both movements. Now, before I go into the mother of these particular movements, let me go ahead and go to the call lines. Let me check the call lines here. We have the, pull it up. Got a lot of callers in here. 210-775-916. Your hands are raised. 314, I don't see your hand raised. If you have a question, press 1. If you'd like to speak, press 1. That way I know you have your hand raised. Anyone else you would like to call in? Now is the time. 515-605-9327. We're going in tonight on some much needed conversation in the black community and what's really going on and what is about to happen to the children of Israel. The Bible calls it Jacob's trouble. And let me tell you something, black people right now, we are in trouble with what's going on in our community, with what I'm seeing happening and how we're responding to certain situations. Let me go to the 210 area code here. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and segue over there. 210 area code. Shabbat Shalom, you're live.
Shabbat Shalom, Elder. This is Brother Dawuda from the San Antonio body. This is a real, this is a real deep one today, and I say that because as you were going through some of these topics, I realized that, so I like this woman, Candace Owens. I really do feel like she brings out a lot of stuff that a lot of the Democrat side of the population doesn't want to understand or doesn't recognize. And that being said, 72% of black children in this country only have one parent. So that makes up a large portion of the only 14% of black families in the United States. So that's a very, very high number. And unfortunately, 40% of that 14% are incarcerated. And the guy that follows her along, which this guy's name is Charlie from Turning Point USA, tries to convince people that there's no institutional racism based off these numbers. He'll liken it to saying that, blacks commit a higher portion of crimes, which personally I disagree with. I think that to a certain degree there is definitely some systematic and institutional racism in this country. And it's amazing to me that in 2018 there were 117,000. I'll round up 118,000 black children aborted in just that year alone. The average is 276,000 black children are aborted every single year. And that number that you were looking for regarding that young woman that was up there with a mask on her face talking about how many women died during childbirth, it's 700 black women die during childbirth per year, which is a small number in comparison to our demographic.
Yeah, it's an outlier.
And it's amazing because
It's an anomaly.
I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
I said it's an outlier or an anomaly. It's
Yes,
something
sir.
that rarely happens compared to the whole.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so in 2015, there was $33.7 billion in child support owed in this country. And of that, the actual statistics were that there was 39.6% of fathers who were actually awarded child support in the country. And there was a staggering 52.7% of women that were awarded child support for the opposite sex in that same exact year. And so that number is disproportionately higher than the men. So we know that, when you go into these court systems, a lot of the situations always veer towards the man, getting the man as a household. And that's why we see, this economic downslide with all these women that are, getting, these EBT cards and WIC benefits and Section 8 and welfare. And so systematically, it's set up to keep the man out of the home anyway, because they're like, listen, we'll promise you the world, just make sure you keep the man out the house. Now this poor child's got to worry about mom having, miscellaneous men in the house around their children. And so the man right now, especially the black man in the United States, now we really have a foot on our head right now because, we're trying to provide for our children. We're trying to, grow our children to become men. And then you have a lot of these young brothers that, are subjected to, living in certain environments. And, listen, I come from the hood. My father was a homicide detective for the Boston Police Department, and we still grew up in the hood. And so I saw a lot of, these brothers and sisters who, had this certain persona where, oh, I don't care. I got, multiple children with multiple women. And I think that is because of, the secular music and all this hip hop stuff that they're putting out there, and they're making it seem like it's a cool thing to do. And so that's why, this truth gave me so much insight just to be able to say, like, listen, we need to stop worrying about what the world says we are and start focusing on who Christ says that we are. And I think that is what the biggest social divide in the country is, because it's like, oh, you're religious, you're too religious. This is not a religion. This is what the facts are. If we had followed the promises from the prophets of old, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in right now. And so it's up to us in this new generation to start breaking these curses and get this yoke off our necks, so that we can start to realize that these statistics wouldn't be what they are if we just started following, staying away from the hot girl summer, hot boy summer, mentality, and focusing on what's really in front of us. But I yield.
Want the water? Brother Dawada, thank you for calling in. Thank you for bringing those points and those statistics. May the Most High bless you. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Elder. The water.
All right, so definitely some good information there. We have the 775-916-314 and 330 area codes. I'm going to take all of your calls. I'm going to take one more, and then I'm going to go to some information, and then I'll come back. Okay, that way I can keep flowing with the information, and then bring your calls in, and then that way it'll give some diversity within the broadcast and give me a chance to kind of give a little break between segments here. So 15 minutes, if you'd like to call in and speak, 515-605-9327. If you call in after that, you won't be able to get in. So let me go over to the 775 area code. 775, Shabbat Shalom, you are live. Seven 447-0689. You are live. If you can hear me, I cannot hear you. 775, going once, going twice. You might need to call back in or check your phone. Let me go to the 916, since that call did not register there. 916, Shabbat Shalom, you're live.
Shabbat Shalom, Elder. I just wanted to take the time and give all praises to our power, Ahaya Shahaya Bashem Shaya Barak Kadash, for blessing us with watchers like you, Elder. who watch and not only keep us updated with the times that we're in, but also level-headed to remain as in Christ-like. I'm sure I'm not the only one, but before you, Elder, my grandma was the one that kept my family up to date on the news and what to look out for. I didn't really know how to keep myself up to date or cared enough about the news to keep watch. So I just want to take time to say I really appreciate your work, Elder. It's truly an honor to be surrounded by like-minded people and to be in this church. That was all I called for.
With the water, all praises to the Most High. What was your name?
Oh, my apologies. I'm Sister Khadijah from the GOCC body in
Okay.
Dallas.
Okay, Sister Khadijah. Well, hey, the water for calling in. Appreciate those words and supporting the show. May the Most High bless you. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Okay, so we have the 314 area code, 330-816, also the 775. I'm going to come back, but I want to bring out some more information, let it flow a little bit, and then we're going to come back, take your calls, all right? Because we have a lot to cover, and I want to round this out to come back to the title about the Most High will make a man more precious than fine gold. So, as a matter of fact, before I go to who the author is of all of this, I want to go to some scriptures. Here. I want to go to Exodus. Now that we've talked about, I'm going to come back to Exodus. Okay, mark down Exodus 1. We're going to go to Exodus 1. Just want to make sure all this flows pretty well. But now let's talk about the mother. We could say who the mother of this abortionist movement, this feminist movement, this LGBTQ movement. She might as well be given the motherhood in all of this. Let's get her here. The devil's daughter herself. Off biography.com, Margaret Sanger. Pretty much spearheaded a lot of what we see now with these movements. It says Margaret Sanger was an early feminist and women's rights activist who coined the term birth control and worked towards its legalization. So we see two things here to take note of: feminist and birth control. Okay. Hey, if you can control the birth, you don't have to worry about abortion. All right. But she didn't stop with birth control because birth control wasn't always used. It didn't always work. So she had to come up with something else for when the baby was conceived. Which leads us to, let me get the next screen here ready. It leads us to 21 quotes by Margaret Sanger that will probably make you sick. These quotes by Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood, reveal the wicked roots of the abortion movement and expose the twisted mindset behind the present-day culture of death. In her own words, Sanger peddles racism, eugenics, contraception, abortion while demolishing a visceral hatred for children, parenthood, marriage, and the Catholic Church. Well, if there's anything I can stand with her on is the disdain for the Catholic Church, but more so is probably her attack against Christianity in the Bible, more than she was against the Catholic Church, because more than likely she was a Jesuit daughter sent by the Catholic Church. 21 quotes. Number 1, but from my view, I believe that there should be no more babies. The most merciful thing that the large family does to one of its infant members is to kill it. We don't want the word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. Say it ain't so. So, let me get it here. We don't want the word to go out. It says here, this is her full quote. The most successful educational approach to the Negro is through a religious appeal. Okay, we must appeal to the Negro through religion. We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. And the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea if it ever occurs to any of the more rebellious members. So control the black pastors, you control the Negro population and can exterminate them through the sellouts that took the bag, the Judases that took the bag, and the Jezebels, to look to herd their flock, their congregation, into the thralls of extermination via way of Planned Parenthood. And they've always used the black church and the pastors, not all pastors, but your more prominent pastors, and mainly to control the woman. You look at these pastors' congregation, these churches, these black churches are filled with women. And it's not hardly any men in those churches unless they are part of the letter people gang that we spoke about, working together with the feminists, which is now taking root within the black sisterhood. All right, so let's get more on Satan's daughter here. She doesn't want the word to get out that they wanted to exterminate Negroes, and now people think that those abortion numbers aren't really all what they're cracked up to be. That not that many black babies are dying. Well, it says here, they got to have their fact checkers. This is on Reuters. Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger's 1939 quote on exterminating black population taken out of context. Well, I don't know how much more you can take those words out of context. We've seen these words time and time again throughout different people of her persuasion, and their actual words that were publicized in their books, white papers. But we'll let the truth speak for itself as we continue to get some information here on Planned Parenthood. This comes off Fox News. Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger and her controversial history back at center of abortion debate. So now that this Roe vs. Wade has come up, her name comes up. Sanger's ties to the eugenicist movement have long been criticized by conservatives. Sure, I got that. The recently leaked draft of a majority Supreme Court opinion suggesting that the 1973 landmark Roe v. Wade ruling is on the verge of being struck down has flung controversial abortion advocate and Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger back to the forefront of the abortion debate. Sanger, a birth control activist and nurse who founded what became Planned Parenthood in 1916, has been mentioned by many conservatives on social media following the leaked SCOTUS opinion last week. Sanger's controversial writings and the uproar that resulted from them over the years caused Planned Parenthood to disavow her in the New York Times op-ed last year. Sanger was a staunch supporter of eugenics, which was a popular method of supporting selective breeding that often targeted people of color and the disabled. So during this time that she was advocating for feminist women's rights and birth control, she launched Planned Parenthood and said, because of the fact that the black community is suffering and I want to help, so let me now provide black women an outlet and the ability to get rid of their babies if they so choose. She single-handedly made that her agenda with launching Planned Parenthood. It says here, it is said that the Aboriginal Australian, the lowest known species of the human family, mind you, the Aboriginal Australian is Reuben, one of the tribes of Israel, who she's calling the lowest known species of the human family. The Bible tells you Reuben shall not excel. Again, confirming who the children of Israel are, who the tribe of Reuben is, and the Bible once again being undefeated. Okay, the Aboriginal Australian,
90 seconds.
the lowest known species of the human family, just a step higher than the chimpanzee in brain development, has so little sexual control that police authority alone prevents him from obtaining sexual satisfaction on the streets. Sanger wrote in an essay titled What Every Girl Should Know. Sanger's writings contain support for stopping the reproduction of the unfit,
60 seconds.
sterilization programs carried out by the Nazis. She was also a featured guest of the Ku Klux Klan. Okay, sisters, and I'm not speaking to those that this does not pertain to. I'm speaking to our sisters across the world. Understand, this woman is for the Planned Parenthoods that are in your neighborhood. She was a featured guest of the Ku Klux Klan. Who do you know that is for your best interest is going to be a featured guest of the KKK? Just to give you a little insight of what she really thinks about you and why she is considered the mother of abortion. And why they are championing these type of propaganda agendas against black women. That they are the most to lose if abortion is outlawed. Okay, let's connect the dots here. Seemingly, every new approach to the great problem of the human race must manifest its vitality by running the gauntlet of prejudice, ridicule, and misinterpretation. Eugenicists may remember that not many years ago this program for race regeneration was subjected to the cruel ridicule of stupidity and ignorance. She wrote this in 1921. And let's not forget her ties to modern-day eugenicist Bill Gates. Okay? It's time for us to wake up and realize what's really going on. Who the real enemy is while we're pointing fingers at one another. All right? Black man, black woman pointing fingers at one another. These people are looking to exterminate us all. Today, eugenics is suggested by the most diverse minds as the most adequate and thorough avenue to the solution of racial, political, and social problems. The most intransigent and daring teachers and scientists have lent their support to the great biological interpretation of the human race. The war has emphasized its necessity. So then Planned Parenthood came out, made a statement. They could no longer make excuses or apologize for Sanger. but can't simply call her a racist, scrub her from our history and move on. Right? So now that Planned Parenthood has been fully exposed, it's impossible for them to do any damage control. They don't even know what statement to put out there and how to deal with this woman and her words and her, from her inception, what her agenda was against black people. The Negro Project, look it up. That was her goal, to get Planned Parenthood into every black community. But don't let them find out that we want to exterminate the Negro and that we're going to use their pastors to help us do it. The same way they're using pastors to help get our people to roll their sleeves up to take that Divock 91 poison. All right? Through the hyperthermic needle. So it says here, our research revealed that this is a Life Issues Institute in 2017. They stated that a spat of new Planned Parenthood mega centers targeted women of color. All right. Our research revealed that an alarming 88%, 22 of 25 women, target women of color. So for every 25 women that abort their baby, 22 are black. That's the target. Disturbingly, 80% target black communities. 56% target Hispanic Latino neighborhoods, which again, Southern Kingdom, Northern Kingdom, 12 tribes of Israel. So we see the black Judah is most in the crosshairs here. Okay. The Northern Kingdom, they're more family oriented. They're less likely to do that, but they're still at 56%, which is still absurdly unfortunate that our Northern Kingdom sisters are doing this. And 80% target one or more colleges. So they're targeting the colleges where they're telling women to come, especially our sisters, come have a hot girl summer at the college. You don't got to be married. Get buck wild. If you get pregnant, don't worry about it. We got a Planned Parenthood you can go to and get rid of that baby. In total, 96% of the mega centers target women of color. 24 of 25 target women of color. College women or both, it claimed. All right, so there's more here. We're going to talk about it. We have some callers here on Blog Talk. I'm going to go over there, and then we're going to come back to Satan's daughter and her eugenicist slaughterhouse that she created called Planned Parenthood. Her black eugenicist slaughterhouse. Let's go over to the 775 area code again. 775. Shabbat Shalom, you're live. $775, are you there? All right, they must have something going on with their line. 314 area code, 314 Shabbat Shalom, you're live.
Shabbat Shalom, Elder. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. Who am I speaking to?
This is Mawara in Dallas.
Shabbat Shalom. What you got?
Shabbat Shalom. Okay, so I have a few little things I want to unpack really quickly. First of all, when we talk about the women's movement, the feminism movement, let's go back to some of the very earliest pieces of that back in 1913, particularly with the suffrage movement, which was the beginnings of the the women's rights and so forth, the right to vote. They, these women absolutely hated black people, and they made no bones about it. Susan B. Anthony and all these, and Lucretia Mott, they absolutely hated black people. They were mad that the black man was awarded the vote before them, to the point where, but they knew they couldn't get any traction alone. So also in 1930, there was a little sorority that just started called Delta Sigma Theta, and they, first order of business was to stand with these women to begin to suffrage, even though they didn't want, the white women didn't want anything to do with these sisters. But these college educated, and I'm pointing this out particularly because we're talking about these Greek letter organizations, but this is a black female sorority that had just been founded. And their first order of business was to fight for, to kind of link arms and fight for the right for women to vote. Now, on the outset, that doesn't really sound like it's a bad thing, but, it kind of shows the mindset of our sisters when we are so hungry to be accepted and a part of the mainstream, that we will link arms with people who blatantly tell you to your face they don't like you, don't want to have anything to do with you, but to get,
Exactly.
to help them with their agenda, with their cause.
Exactly.
But that was the very first thing that Delta Sigma Theta sorority incorporated in 1913. The very first thing they did was that. So that was one point. Also going into the fact that set a precedent in the legacy of black young women in colleges fighting and striving for agendas that really don't profit us. And we were really effectively locked out of it anyway. We were just going to force our way in. This was another piece. Something else, because I do work in the insurance sector, and I have all the time for people calling in for their benefits for fetal reduction surgery. That's what they call it, fetal reduction surgery. Not abortion, not baby killing, but fetal reduction. And the majority of the people that I have calling in they're mostly white women, okay? But here's what's different. The difference between the black girls who call and the girls who are white who call is that the white women are calling with private doctors. They're just asking for the benefits. They don't have to go to Planned Parenthood and have the state pick up the tab or, at a reduced sliding fee or anything like that, because that's where the numbers are really being matched or being watched, is at these centers like these state-run or government-sponsored facilities. So white girls, I would say, and there's definitely some information on that, are having abortions at a similar rate. The difference being it's not being calculated because they are going to protect their own. They're going to protect their image. And since they have control over that image, they're going to make sure they make it look like they're innocent and their girls are not doing these things. Now, am I saying that takes one black life away? No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. And the numbers of black children who have been aborted are very real. I'm only pointing out that, don't be seduced into thinking that it's only black women who are having abortions. Now, what is happening, okay, is that by the time they get into their early 30s, the white women are calling also getting the in vitro fertilization benefits like no other, because they're trying to pop off 2 and 3 at a time to make up for, past. And I'm gonna shut up for just a second, but there's a couple other points I wanted to bring out real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I wanted to speak to what you just said because, what we're seeing here with these, particular articles that we're bringing out, no one has said that in any of these articles that blacks are the only people getting abortions, right? The difference between us and them is that we don't have, like you said, these white women that are calling in with private doctors. So what happens is that Planned Parenthood is something totally separate from your line of work, right? It's totally separate. So what you're seeing is just from your side of things, how the people that are coming in, the women that are coming in getting abortions. But what you have is you have a black market, which is what I would call Planned Parenthood, no pun intended, is where all these numbers of black women and Hispanic women are actually going to get their abortions done, to where they're bypassing all of the legal and the medical things that white women are doing when they go do it. You see, so that's where all these numbers are coming in at, is the main abort, because you don't work at a abortion slaughterhouse, right? Planned Parenthood is an abortion slaughterhouse. So we're going to actually play a video of Planned Parenthood and hear it from them working inside and what they say is going on. And but I do appreciate you bringing in from your experience from your job and what you're seeing there happening. But yeah, it's happening to all races, but disproportionately black women and Hispanic.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I want to be clear about that too. I'm 100% 10 toes deep with you on that point.
Okay, yes, wanted to make that clear.
I wasn't bringing the point out to. Yeah, I'm definitely not saying that what you're bringing out is inaccurate. No, not at all. But to the point I think somebody else made, saying, well, if you say, okay, we make 44% of the population in, say, Louisiana, but we account for 72% of the abortions, that's correct, but it's strictly on the numbers reported by the state or government-assisted programs. It's not taking in private doctors. I mean, because here's the thing: there are black girls who are using private doctors too. So that so you're still going to have some loss there. But I'm just pointing out that with so many of those white girls, or not just white, but I'll just say more so people who have a little bit more access to better insurance and and things like that, they're not going to the places where the numbers are being tracked. That's kind of all I'm pointing out. So when they say, oh yeah, 72% of the abortions are all by blacks, that's not completely accurate. That's just only the numbers tracked through
and really
state and government funded places.
Yeah, and really when you look at the numbers, again, numbers are going to vary from one site to the other. Really, the only thing that we're really focusing in on is that disproportionately black women are being targeted, black babies are being targeted, and hands down overfit. So doesn't mean that white women aren't doing it, Arab women, but also let's keep in mind that these races also have fertility clinics in their neighborhoods. When's the last time you've seen a fertility clinic in a black neighborhood? Because
that was the last point I was going to bring out. Absolutely. Now, this is what I was going to point out to kind of end with.
Real quick, by DNA,
is the access to it.
By DNA, the promise was that we would be made the Most High would multiply Abraham's seed. Okay, so we don't need any help when it comes to reproduction. They do. All right, which more confirms, and we're going to go into the scriptures on why it would need to be us that are depopulated through abortion, birth control. They would need the fertility clinics to try to keep up with our population and to keep our population at a number that they can control. But go ahead with your point there.
No, actually, you really just kind of made it, because that was exactly what I was going to point out, is that how many companies, and it's interesting because the demographics of certain companies kind of let you know what they offer. More high profile companies that are more, maybe more upper echelon, technology based, a little bit more where everybody there has at least a degree. They tend to offer those types of services like, fertility and things like that, where, folks who have service capacity jobs, the insurance that they're offered, oftentimes, where we are working in those jobs, they a lot of times don't offer fertility services. So, except the one thing that we pay for across the board, and that's a federal mandate, is voluntary sterilization and birth control. So going right back into your point, it's absolutely true. I did have one question though, some of the information, I've heard this many times, is that, when you talk about all these babies being aborted in the black community, that it's targeted at the males. How is that even possible? I mean, how does that work? If you don't mind maybe going into that. I don't know if you planned on bringing out some of that. But I've read studies and things where they said that, a higher percentage of the babies aborted are male.
Stay tuned. We're going to go through.
Seemed like that would have been a 50-50.
We're gonna go through those details. Stay tuned.
I'm sorry, say again?
I said stay tuned. We're going to go through those details.
Okay. I knew you was going to bring it out because, boy, I tell you, we stay tuned around here to listen to what you're going to bring out. So, Tawada, thank you for your time. You have a blessed evening, and I'm going to get back to the lesson. Get back to what you're bringing out.
All right. Tawada for calling in and what you brought. Bless you. Shabbat Shalom. We're going to go to one more caller, and 816 and 219. I see you there. I'm going to come back and take your call here after we go through some more information. So, please be patient. 330 area code, Shabbat Shalom, you're live.
Shabbat Shalom, Mother. How are you?
I'm doing well. Who am I speaking to?
This is Sister Zaya Cross from the Cleveland body.
Yes.
All right. So something that I've noticed, especially like among people that are around my age, especially black women that are around my age, is that there's been like this pushback to be feminist. Because I see people say if you're not a feminist, you're not a real woman. But I think that was more of a third wave thing, even though the third wave type of feminism is geared more towards being man-like. If that makes any sense, because I've seen less of wanting to be on the same level, like politically, academically, as a man, to actually wanting to be above a man, which we all know that's not biblical.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with the first wave and second wave and third wave of feminism, so yeah, you would be educating me on those different degrees. It's all really the same to me, but you're saying you were experiencing that, you said, in college?
Yes. I'm currently in college now, so it's
okay.
That's like the main thing that I was kind of like, wow, I've never seen feminism this strongly pushed on. Because even when I was in high school, it was more of like a how do I put this nicely? It was more like it was like a clique. There was that was pushing more of more activism than it was like actual like saying like saying like voting, for example. It was more like pushing for abortions to stay legal and be more open with less stigma surrounding it, which I live in Ohio, so that's never gonna happen. And then as I've been seeing it progress more, I've been seeing a lot more of black women coming into more positions where they're like, okay, well, let's see if we can push this on with, which is intersectionalism, which is like a branch of feminism that's like opening up a can of worms. But I think that's where more of the second wave comes in, where they're trying to be on the same level of a man. But now, like, third level is like more kind of we are men.
Let me ask you a question.
I don't know
there at your college, you when you talk about this feminism and that you're seeing going on there, who do you see mostly being targeted, and who do you see mostly comprising of the feminists where you're at?
It's mostly black women, because I go to a mostly black college.
Okay. So that would make sense. I was just curious if you went to like a, kind of mixed college, if you could see, and you go to a mostly black college. So are there white women in these feminist groups too?
Yeah.
And
they're more prominent than the black women are, but
yeah. So when you say more prominent, what do you mean by more prominent?
Sorry?
When you say they're more prominent, what do you mean by that?
They're more, I want to say they're more vocal than black women, but when they're provoking one another, that's another thing. That when they provoke each other, then it really comes out. It's like, okay, this is what I believe in, and you have to accept it.
And
that's more of what the black women that I've seen.
And these particular groups, these feminist groups, who is the ones that you see that are pretty much the ones that you would say are running it or in control? Is it the black women or the white women?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
When you look at these feminist groups at your school, would you say that those that are in control and those that are running things, would you say those are black women or white women?
Honestly, it's kind of always on the fence. I never see one on top for very long. They're always going back and forth.
Okay, so it's just a bunch of confusion, a bunch of women who are, screaming for liberation with feminist ideology, and there's not really any particular race that you can identify as the ones that are out in the front leading the charge or the ones that are over it. You're not able to distinguish or differentiate between what race is actually in control. It's just a bunch of feminists, to getting together.
Pretty much. My
Okay.
college has a diversity, equity, and inclusion office, so they're also very LGBT geared, more towards getting pushing for women. Yes, a lot of women's lib at my college, and
Yeah.
just walking around campus, being one of the very few Christians and probably the only Hebrew Israelite person at the college. It's like, dang, is it worse than when I was tripping on it? Because I will admit, for a short time, I was tripping on the feminism game. Not proud of that. Not proud of it. But I have since come to my senses. to say it, to be more frank, I have since come to my senses. But now, just looking back, I go, first of all, why was I even supporting that? And that was back when it was more the white girls were all pushing for their rights.
Right.
And especially now, I think it's more so the white girls that are pushing it more. And all I'm seeing, but when I see people posting about abortion rallies, because I have associates on different social media to keep track of assignments and things like that. And I had one of them message me and say, "Hey, we're going to an abortion rally at this courthouse in this city. Do you want to go?"
Yeah.
And I was like,
I'm just shaking my head.
and I was like, whoa.
I'm just shaking my head.
I couldn't believe what I was reading. I was like, for real?
Well,
I was like, no thanks.
Well, I'm glad that you're no longer affiliated with that gang, feminist gang, and that you are, sounds like you're a member of the church and following the seeking truth. So all praises to the Most High for that. I thank you for calling in and sharing your experience.
All praises. Sorry?
I said I appreciate you calling in and sharing your experience.
All praise to the Most High. And all praise to the Most High for bringing me out of that, because,
Absolutely. All praises.
I think a lot of people that are my age, have gone on some kind of trip to some extent. But I also think it's more of a generational thing, because I know, my mom didn't really do that, my grandma didn't really do that. I think it's more of kind of I don't know if it's really a Generation Z thing, that we're all kind of desensitized to things unless they directly affect us, and then we're like, no, we don't want this.
Right.
So I don't know if that's it, or...
Well, what I'll say is keep fighting for truth, keep fighting them off, and staying strong there. Being in college, there's a lot of temptations, a lot of things going on in those colleges. So Just get from there what you're looking to get, which is some level of education from that system, and continue to walk in this faith, and may the Most High continue to bless you in your walk. We're going to go ahead and move forward with the information tonight, and I appreciate your support calling in tonight.
All praise to the Most High. Thank you for having me. Double honor to you. Shabbat Shalom.
All right, Shabbat Shalom. All right, so we got 2 more callers here. I'm going to take your call shortly. I'm going to go through some information here, and we'll come back. We'll make sure we get you 816 and 219 to close out with the calls that are left here on Blog Talk. Let's go ahead and get back to the information off Natural News. Baby killing in America. As we're rounding out the showing how we first started showing black men, right, dying. Just all of a sudden, just black men didn't just start dying, but it was some high profile black men just died, boom, 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 back to back. Right, weird, bizarre manner, just kind of just stood out in the timing of it all, right before the Queen Mother of Heaven's Day, right, this past Sunday. Fast forwarding here, we see off Natural News, baby killing in America, Planned Parenthood's black genocide. So now we're talking about the babies that are in the womb that are being killed before they even have a chance to even have a chance at life. It says here, 2019, Planned Parenthood has fired its director from emergency room physician Dr. Leanna Wynn after only 8 months on the job. Wynn wanted to make Planned Parenthood more about women's health issues, its stated purpose, and less about abortion. The abortion body part scandal under her disgraced predecessor, Cecile Richards, decimated fundraising. Okay, we're going to get into the whole body part scandal. Okay. Planned Parenthood blamed Wynn for attempting to make the organization more palatable to the public in the wake of widespread condemnation and disgust. According to Wynn, the new board leadership has determined that the priority of Planned Parenthood moving forward is to double down on abortion rights advocacy. Our mission is providing, protecting, and expanding access to abortion and reproductive health care. So they're trying to separate themselves from Margaret Sanger, from the scandals. But you can run, but you can't hide. Killing babies with taxpayer money. Planned Parenthood has a budget of almost $1.5 million a year. 1/3 of that comes from the federal government, that is the taxpayers. Planned Parenthood is the largest provider of abortion services in America. So Planned Parenthood is the numero uno slaughterhouse. So if you want to get the numbers, this is where you're going to get the most, percentage of numbers of who is being targeted here. In 2015, there were 638,000 abortions in the U.S. 2018, Planned Parenthood was responsible for over 50%. That is an increase from 321,000 in 2017. The vast majority of fetuses aborted by Planned Parenthood were black or Hispanic. Again, look up the Negro Project. In New York City last year, more black children were aborted than were born alive. Most were aborted by Planned Parenthood. The drive to abort overrode any concern about the implications of wiping out a generation of black children. Margaret Sanger, racist eugenicist, founder of Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood comes by its disregard for the destruction naturally Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood's founder, was a racist eugenist who believed black people were inferior to whites. Planned Parenthood was created to rid the world of those they considered inferior beings. Like the Third Reich, they took on an animal science approach to the human species, thin the herd to improve the breed. Abortion was determined to be a right. 1973, when Roe v. Wade set the stage for abrupt expansion of the extermination of unborn children in America. Now again, this was 2019. We're seeing Roe v. Wade being brought up in 2019, only to be made a big topic of discussion right now, saying that black women and Hispanic women are going to suffer the most if it's outlawed. Over 19 million black children have been aborted since 1973. Black women account for 36% of all abortions, though blacks only make up 13% of the population. The most dangerous place for a black child in America is in the womb. It's hard to look at these statistics and see anything but a black genocide perpetrated by Planned Parenthood and the abortion lobby of the Democratic Party. It is the racist genocide of our times masquerading as the exercise of fundamental human rights. The impact on the black community, in addition to 19 million fewer lives, is to make abortion the leading cause of death among blacks in America. Could you imagine if we would have had 19 million more babies born throughout that period, of where we would be in number? It says abortion is the leading cause of death for black Americans. It kills more than violence or cancer. Abortion kills more black Americans than AIDS, heart disease, diabetes, or car accidents. More black Americans have died from abortion since 1973 than every other cause of death combined. The abortion rate for black women is 4 times the rate for white women. Every day, over 900 black babies are aborted. In New York City, where Planned Parenthood is headquartered, there are almost 1,200 abortions of black children for every 1,000 live births. So more black babies in New York are aborted than are born. Which leads us over to a video. We're going to play this video. We're going to come back. We still got the callers in the queue, 816-219. I haven't forgot about you. We're going to play this video. We're going to go through a few scriptures, and then we're going to go back to the call lines. All right, let me have a video here. Planned Parenthood history. This is 2015. Planned Parenthood history. We're going to watch this video, and we're going to hear from the horse's mouth, those who work inside Planned Parenthood, what's really going on.
We've been very good at getting cars on liver because we know that, so I'm not going to crush that one.
Recent videos released by the Center for Medical Progress reveal Planned Parenthood's inhumane treatment of unborn children and its executives negotiating the sale of baby hearts, lungs, and livers.
Another boy, another boy.
How did we get to this point? To understand present-day Planned Parenthood, we should understand Margaret Sanger, Planned Parenthood's founder and hero.
Margaret Sanger was a big proponent of negative eugenics, which was the viewpoint that you should weed out unfit people from the bloodline. So that would be encouraging people not to procreate if they were unfit, feeble-minded, had any kind of mental illness, and that also included forced sterilization.
Words like unfit and feeble-minded were used to describe not only the poor and mentally ill, but also to describe African Americans.
Margaret Sanger stated that birth control is nothing more or less than the facilitation of the process of weeding out the unfit, of preventing the birth of defectives or of those who will become defectives.
In 1921, Margaret Sanger founded the American Birth Control League. Its primary mission was to prevent uncontrolled procreation and establish a world program of birth control.
She states, knowledge of birth control is essentially moral. Its general, though prudent practice must lead to a higher individuality and ultimately to a cleaner race. Margaret Sanger stated that the most merciful thing that the large family does to one of its infant members is to kill it.
In 1939, Sanger wrote a letter to her eugenics colleague, Dr. Clarence Gamble, a member of the Birth Control Federation of America, in regards to setting up the Negro Project, a birth control clinic for African Americans.
She was speaking about serving what she called the Negro population, and in concluding this portion of the letter, she stated that we do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population, and the minister is the man who can straighten out that idea if it ever occurs to any of their more rebellious members.
Sanger believed that having an African American minister on staff would ease the suspicion.
African American populations were considered some of these unfit members that should be weeded out. So in this letter, she discusses having African Americans serve other African Americans so they wouldn't be aware that they were seeking to terminate them, to exterminate them by the use of birth control and negative eugenics.
Sanger was quite fond of Dr. Ernst Ruden's work, director for the Society for Racial Hygiene. He would later go on to write Nazi Germany's sterilization laws. In 1933, she published his article, Eugenic Sterilization, an Urgent Need, which promoted programs to eliminate the unfit in order to create a super race. In the late 1930s and 40s, knowledge of Nazi atrocities made words like eugenics and population control unpopular in America. So in 1942, to distance itself in name, Margaret Sanger's American Birth Control League became Planned Parenthood. They weren't just being established in the U.S., it was global. A grim fact in American history was the forced sterilization of women in Puerto Rico. In 1936, sterilization programs spearheaded by the International Planned Parenthood Federation, with funding from the U.S. government, sterilized 1/3 of Puerto Rican women by 1968, making it the highest proportion of childbearing-aged persons sterilized in the world. And today,
Planned Parenthood facilities are generally located in low-income areas which are heavily populated with minorities, and a lot of times they seek to reach those minorities to help them with reproductive rights, they say, with birth control and largely abortion.
Independent studies have concluded that nearly 80% of Planned Parenthood facilities are set up in minority communities. It's no wonder abortion is the leading cause of death among African Americans.
80% of Planned Parenthoods are in the black communities. Say that again.
Nearly 80% of Planned Parenthood facilities are set up in minority communities. It's no wonder abortion is the leading cause of death among African Americans, higher than all other causes combined. Mounting evidence against Planned Parenthood's beginning to today continues to fuel public outcry.
The American people should seek to immediately defund Planned Parenthood so that our own tax dollars don't go to support this organization who has been exposed to be lying to the American people for many years, for committing these egregious acts against the youngest children among us. They should be immediately defunded.
So, abortion is the leading cause of all causes combined. You combine all the other deaths of black people. Okay? Abortion of black babies beats everything out combined. Going back to our article here, black and Hispanic people have the most to lose if Roe is overturned. Really? But let's not give Margaret Sanger all the credit. She wasn't the first person that came up with this idea of black babies being murdered. Let's go back to the book of Exodus now, chapter 1. I'm going to read see here. Exodus 1 and 9. And he said unto his people, behold, the people of the children of Israel are more and mightier than we. Now, this is the king that was over Egypt at this time. There was more Israelites. We were multiplying and multiplying, as the Most High promised Abraham would happen. So the Egyptian king noticed this and said, wait a minute. We can't allow them to be more than us. Because if there's more of them, they're already stronger than us. And there's more of them, like they'll take over our whole empire. Dropping down to verse 15. And the king of Egypt spake to the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of the one was Shiphrah, and the name of other Puah. And he said, when ye do the office of a midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. So a decree or a mandate was given to the Egyptian women, right? To the Hebrew women, those that are midwives, when the babies come out, if it's a boy, kill it. If it's a girl, let the girl live. Now, fortunately for us, our sisters did not, at this time, they weren't with the program. Okay, unfortunately, right now, our sisters that are out there doing this are with the program. All right, birth control, abortion, mainly abortion. Okay, birth control, when it comes into chemicals and all of that, it shouldn't be used. If you're married, husband and wife, and you're doing natural means of birth control for reasons, hey, that's a whole different conversation. But we understand and know in our times, women are taking birth control more than likely aren't married. So they can be in fornication, you know, hot girls summering it up with this guy and that guy without fear of having a baby. If they have a child, abortion. If the baby comes out and they want the child, guess what? We have injections for them out the womb. Snake fangs and scorpion tails waiting to go inside of them. Right? And again, the attack is on the man. It's on the son. And that's the reason why when the whistleblower came out of the CDC, he said that autism was 500% higher in black male babies than any other race or gender, because this attack is targeted at the man. Going back to our title, the Most High will make a man more precious than fine gold. I hope we're seeing a theme going on here now that we're bringing this information out, going to these scriptures to show, look, this has been something that was going on during Moses' time, and not just during the time of Moses. Let's go to Matthew chapter 2. Thousands of years before Margaret Sanger came around. It's the same agenda, same playbook by the devil and his children against the children of Israel. Okay, we were more hip to the game back then. We're not hip to the game right now because we are in the worst state as a nation and community than we've ever been. Matthew chapter 2, verse 1. Now, when Yeshua, whom the world calls Jesus, was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem, saying, where is he that is born King of the Jews? For we have seen his star in the east and are come to worship him. And Herod the king had heard these things. He was troubled with all Jerusalem with him. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born. And they said unto him, in Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet, and thou Bethlehem in the land of Judah art not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel. Then Herod, when he had privily called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, go and search diligently for the young child, and when ye have found him, bring me word again that I may come and worship him also. Let's drop down to verse 16. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding wroth, and sent forth and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem, and in all the coast thereof, from 2 years old and under, according to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. So because of the prophecy of Christ's coming, and Herod, who was an Edomite or Idumean, who was Esau, understanding the prophecy of Judah, and out of Judah would spring a governor who would rule with an iron rod, okay, because the wise men didn't, take heed to his request to tell him where Christ was, sent forth military to slaughter all babies 2 years old and under in Bethlehem, in the hood, in the ghetto. These are black babies being slaughtered. Okay, so back then they didn't have a Planned Parenthood. Okay, back then they didn't have pharmaceutical birth control or abortions like that. All right, so we see black babies being killed in Egypt. Who sprung out of Egypt? Moses. All right, the one who would lead the children of Israel out of captivity. Fast forward, 1,500 years or so later, who do you have born? The Son of the Most High God, who would give his people salvation and deliver them from the fall that happened in the garden with Adam and Eve as the second Adam. Okay. Verse 17. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, in Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted because they are not. They are not. Now I want to show you a picture here. Not the devil's daughter, but one of the devil's sons. Okay. One of the devil's sons. How many of you all are familiar with J. Edgar Hoover? J. Edgar Hoover had a quote. There will never be another black Messiah unless we create him. J. Edgar Hoover. Okay. This was during the time that we're speaking about, 60s, 70s, civil rights, integration, feminism, sodomy. Okay. All these abominable movements that were mingled in together with our struggle when black people were together. The Edomite powers understood, okay, the white power structure understood that out of the black community at any moment can come a prophet, can come a black Messiah, one who could lead his people, okay, and could deliver his people, even though we know the curses told us that no man shall buy us. But they are fearful of that next man that can come out of Judah, that can raise up all the tribes as well as the Gentiles and take down their whole power structure. There will never be another one unless we create them. Meaning they'll prop up to us idols. Okay? Taskmasters, these gatekeepers out of the black community who you will follow, who will obey their slave master's bidding. But you're not going to come out on your own and have that type of popularity and be an influence on the black race out of this impoverished condition, to wake them up. All right, so this was going on during the 60s and 70s. We see Malcolm X here. We see Martin Luther King. We know what happened to them. More on them later. But I just wanted to bring this out because we're going to talk about this when we talk about the Most High will make a man more precious than fine gold. Let me go to the call lines here and take these last couple calls. We have the 816 area code and then the 219. 816, Shabbat Shalom, you're live.
Shabbat Shalom, Elder. This is Sister Tamar from Kansas City Body.
Shabbat Shalom.
And,
how are you?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahaya.
All praises.
Thank you. It's always an honor to check in on the Sabbath coming out of Babylon. So I just want to thank you for the work that you put in. It's much appreciated and much needed, too.
All praises.
Thank you, Devon. I've just been sitting here just kind of writing some notes about how the Israelite man, he's the real golden child. Remember Eddie Murphy had that movie back in the day called The Golden Child? I said, man, I think that was a little, what they call it, predictive programming. That one got biased. But I think that the Israelite man, he is the real golden child. And in the world, they have a saying a good man is hard to find. But I'm thinking the Most High is saying, no, a real good and godly man is what's going to be hard to find. Because there's so many traps and snares that the enemy has put in place that if he, is able to maneuver or hurdle through one, then he's got another one there. And I just wrote down just a few things. But I was just like, man, the black man is an endangered species. And it says that, Esau is a cunning hunter. But he is such a coward because he always picks on the weak, the feeble, and the vulnerable. And that's, who's more vulnerable than a child in the womb? So first, the golden child has to maneuver against being in the womb. And then if he survives that, then he got to maneuver and survive the crib.
Yeah,
because
the needles.
Then they got the vaccination waiting on them.
Yeah, the snake fangs and the scorpion's tails waiting on them, fresh out the womb, licking their chomps.
Fresh out the womb. And then if he makes it through that, then they waiting on him in school to miseducate him. And then if he makes it through that, then his mama or grandmama is going to take him to church where they misdirect him away from the commandments. And if he makes it through that, then he's going to hang out with his friends and he's going to be enticed by the hood. He got to make it through the hood where there's ways of death, drugs, and degradation.
Yeah.
And if he makes it through the hood, then he also got to make it through the military because they're going to put them on the front line for any war campaign that they have. If he make it through the war campaign, if he don't choose the military, then he got to make it in the workforce, where he's going to always be overworked, underpaid, humiliated, undervalued, and he's going to be never put in a rightful leadership role. to
Absolutely.
take over and have dominion of the Most High. And then if he makes it out of the through the workforce, he still has to, and he chooses college. Now he's been corrupted through education and enticed by sinners in order to pledge allegiance to other gods in a secret society.
Absolutely.
And if you don't choose college, he may choose the streets, and the streets is going to lead him to prison, where they will corrupt his soul, destroy his manhood, and then turn him back out into the streets to prey on the next generation of men and silly women laden with sin, just taking these guys back in to their homes to start the cycle all over again.
Well, hey, sister, you laid out a very thorough and detailed cycle. It hit a lot of points there. I got another one I'm gonna throw in, but not right now. We have about 60 seconds before the call's cut off, so we have one more caller. I want to try to squeeze them in, but I definitely appreciate, hey, you laid it out. Black men under attack. We got much more to cover in this broadcast, so stay tuned. We're gonna bring it all the way around now that we're kind of laying out some of the genocide that's happening against our people and these crafty counsels that's been taken against us.
So I yield.
I bless you. Shabbat Shalom. All right. 219 area code. You got about 45 seconds. I'm sorry, but that's when the line's cut off. You got the floor.
Shalom, Edward. This is Sean McCall from Bryan College Station.
Shabbat Shalom.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so basically, obviously, everything you're bringing out is clear that we did this to ourselves. Even if we didn't get an abortion personally, when we were faced with these issues, did we, speak against it, high school, college, or whatever, when that arose in our life. So really, we did this to ourselves. We allowed this prophecy to come forth. So, really, in the end, we can't complain if we're just with a couple men. I mean, we did it to ourselves. So, wow. Pretty much anything that Black Lives Matter is connected to, LGBTQ, it's a hot mess. I'm just going to say it like that. I've known a lot of LGBTQ people in my life. And like Edward Carr said, they are really, full of anger and hatred. And even myself, I was in NAACP in college, and the Black Lives Matter, I can't remember her name, but the one who supposedly got the mansion.
Don't worry about it. We're going to talk about her.
And she she had me going in college, and I was in the truth maybe like my first year in the truth. So, they play those tricks to get to you, but it's just a witch culture going on. I remember Edward Ricard played that video, that woman saying, I kill my kids or whatever. And, just to brag about that out loud on video, how can, what did you say behind doors is just really crazy to me. It's just really crazy. But, they even have, a doula is somebody that usually helps somebody in childbirth. They have abortion doulas now to support somebody getting an abortion. Like, it's just crazy. I really don't understand. And all the things we went through that you just brought out, slavery, they using our babies as alligator, bait and all those things. Right. Women don't realize that boys, especially, if they don't get them with the abortion, then demons try to get them in child labor and birth or whatever. Even for myself, with my daughters, I didn't have that issue. We always pray, when you're about to push. But with my son, his heart rate dropped to like 40, and thankfully he was okay. But it's just crazy. But everything you're bringing is on point. But, we have to humble ourselves as women, start with ourselves, teach our daughters, teach our sons. And, that's when we can heal our nation. So that's pretty much all I had.
Well, hey, sis. Hey, powerful. I appreciate you calling in and blessing us with those words and of wisdom and encouragement. May the Most High bless you and your Sabbath.
Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. And I don't know if the stream cut the sister off or not, because I know she went over the time that Blog Talk said we had, but praise the Most High if it was able to stretch out so you could hear all the great things she was saying. But let me bring back up this image, and I want to go into some scripture here. And we're about to, we got two more gears to hit. We got the fourth and fifth gear of this broadcast yet to hit. So we're about to turn it up to the fourth gear here in just a moment. Okay, the Spirit is working, it's moving. Information is coming out. Let's go to the book of Genesis 49. Speaking of Judah and J. Edgar Hoover, one of Satan's favorite children, one of many antichrists, an enemy outright against the black man and woman, but he vowed there would never be another black Messiah unless we create him. So I want to read Genesis 49 and 8. It says, Judah, thou art he whom thy brethren shall praise. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemy. So Judah is the black man in America. He's scattered throughout other countries as well, throughout the four corners of the earth. But we definitely can identify him as the black man or Negro in America. Thy hand shall be in the neck of thy enemies. The enemies, the J. Edgar Hoovers, the Margaret Singers, they had to keep Judah close and under control. Because if Judah rises up, they are finished. Their kingdom is over, and they know it. They cannot have a black Messiah unless they create him. Thy father's children shall bow down before thee. So all the other tribes rally around Judah. The Gentiles, they rally around Judah. Judah is a lion's whelp. From the prey, my son, thou art gone up. He stooped down, he couched. As a lion, as an old lion, who shall rouse him up? So this is the current state of the black man right now. All right. As a whole, doesn't mean every black man is down, is couched down as an old lion. But as a whole, this is our race right now. But guess what? Black men are rising. And as black men are rising up and fulfilling prophecies and these things we're reading about, there's an all-out effort to keep Judah down, keep the black man down. We're going to talk about that. How would they keep the black man down? Other than what we've seen, black men dying, these mysterious deaths, aborted babies, not just black men, black women, but definitely, another way of controlling Judah, putting Planned Parenthoods in our neighborhoods, these COINTELPRO dirty tricks to cause confusion in the black community, integrating us into their pagan society and making us believe that we could be free with them, and now taking on their pagan gods and their religions and their ideologies. Look at the black race now. Okay, fast forward from the civil rights movement, where are we now? How far have we fallen? Verse 10, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor a lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall be the gathering of the people be. So Shiloh, meaning Christ, is who the gathering is going to be. Okay, but here on this earth right now, Judah is the one leading the charge to gather the tribes, to gather the Gentiles together in these last days, to raise the valley of the dry bones as that physical mouthpiece for the Most High through his Holy Spirit, until his Son is sent back to finish it, to finish what he started. And it goes into Christ as you continue to read here in Genesis 49. But we have more information here. Speaking of their agenda. All right. I want to go back now a few hundred years ago in time to see a program that was put in place as we shift into the fourth gear now in this broadcast. Okay. They had to put an intricate program and social engineering in place to keep Judah in this couch down state perpetually. The sisters that just called in spoke about it. Okay. One sister said this is the continued perpetual nature of the black man. He is definitely enemy number one. The other sister called in. She said, hey, look, we've done this to ourselves, us as black women. We're part of the cause of why the black man is down. Well, guess what? There was a man, I'm pretty sure a majority of you all have read this or at least heard of this letter of Willy Lynch. And we're going to go through this letter here today. And I think this letter is going to really bring things full circle of what's going on in the black community. Okay? How are they able to so, it seems effortlessly, to put the black race in this state, to put the black man in the state of obsolescence, where the black man is obsolete in the black community? Well, they needed some help. Okay, and they would use help from within the black community to make this possible. But let's read some of this letter. We're not going to read it all. This letter was said to be written September 1712 in Virginia, where the term lynching comes from. And of all dates, December 25th, Nimrod's birthday, is the date that this letter was written. And you know that this was a perfect time because Massa had gave his slaves the day off and told us that Caesar Borgia, this white image, which is Jesus, this is his birthday today. So while you're celebrating Caesar Borgia on this day, we're going to be right in the mansion, in the plantation house, speaking about how to keep you Negroes under control in perpetuity. All right. So here we have it. Gentlemen, I greet you here on the bank of the James River in the year of our Lord 1712. First I shall thank you, the gentlemen of the colony of Virginia, for bringing me here. I am here to help you solve some of your problems with slaves. Okay, they had a slave problem. So their problem was slaves, right? And our problem was just trying to survive. Okay, but we were their problem. Your invitation reached me on my modest plantation in the West Indies, where I have experimented with some of the newest and still the oldest methods for control of slaves. So this is what they do. They study us, they experiment on us with these social engineering programs and processes in order to perfect their control over us, Judah. Ancient Rome would envy us if my program is implemented. The same empire that put Christ on the cross, that killed the disciples, they would envy our programs because we've taken what they've done and we've taken it to a whole nother level. As our boat sailed south on the James River, named for our illustrious king whose version of the Bible we cherish, I saw enough to know that your problem is not unique. While Rome used cords of wood as crosses for standing human bodies along its highways in great numbers, you are here using the tree and the rope on occasions, confirming the Bible that we are the children of Israel. The same way they hung Christ up on a cross, the disciples up on crosses, blacks in Rome, Christians, black Jews, okay, during the time of the Caesars. Here in America, they hung us up in trees with ropes. Okay, he that hangeth in a tree, who is hung on a tree, is cursed. That's in the law. Deuteronomy. All right. I caught the whiff of a dead slave hanging from a tree a couple miles back. You are not only losing valuable stock by hangings, you are having uprisings. Slaves are running away. Your crops are sometimes left in the fields too long for maximum profit. You suffer occasional fires. Your animals are killed. So at this time, they would look to control us for their economy, for their profit. So they could build what we would call the corporate industrial complex today. All these corporations. Well, guess what, brothers and sisters? Their corporate industrial complex is finished. They now have machines. They're ready to expend Babylon and take the power back to the 10 horns, so they have no more need for slaves. Okay, so now it's not about controlling us for their profit. It's now about getting rid of us. Okay, we're useless eaters to them now. They've kept the population down low, and now it's time for the death blow. That's where we are now. Gentlemen, you know what your problems are. I do not need to elaborate. I am not here to enumerate your problems. I am here to introduce you to a method of solving them. In my bag here, I have a foolproof method for controlling your black slaves. I guarantee every one of you that is, if installed correctly, it will control the slaves for at least 300 years. All right. My method is simple. Any member of your family or your overseer can use it. I have outlined a number of differences among the slaves that make the differences bigger. I use fear, distrust, and envy for control. Fear, distrust, and envy to control the slaves. Okay, so this was a social program that was developed by Willy Lynch. It says here, these methods have worked on my modest plantation in the West Indies, and it will work throughout the South, because in the West Indies you have Benjamin, which are part of the southern kingdom of Israel in the Caribbean. So if it works on Benjamin, it's going to work on Judah. Trust me, because Benjamin Benjamin pretty much ran him off the island, because Benjamin is, the warriors shoot first, ask questions later. But Judah, you can pacify Judah. Okay? A little different with Benjamin. It says here, take this simple little list of differences and think about them. On top of my list is age, but it's there only because it starts with an A. The second is color or shade. There is intelligence, size, sex, size of plantations, and status on plantations. Attitude of owners, whether the slaves live in the valley, on a hill, east, west, north, south, have fine hair, coarse hair, or is tall or short. Now that you have a list of differences, I shall give you an outline of action. But before that, I shall assure you that distrust is stronger than trust, and envy stronger than adulation, respect or admiration. The black slaves, after receiving this indoctrination, shall carry on and will become self-refueling and self-regenerating for hundreds of years, maybe thousands. Okay? Perpetual indoctrination and control of your slaves for thousands of years if you follow this plan. Don't forget, you must pitch the old black male versus the young black male. Okay? Father against son. That's an example. And the young black male against the old black male, son against father. You must use the dark-skinned slave versus the light-skinned slave, and vice versa. How many people remember the light-skinned, dark-skinned challenge that was going on a few years ago? Yes, another Willy Lynch psyop, another Willy Lynch agenda. But the main thing we're going to focus on tonight, I have highlighted here, you must use the female versus the male and the male versus the female. You must also have you white servants and overseers distrust all blacks. It is necessary that your slaves trust and depend on us. They must love, respect, and trust only us. And you look at us today, right? Just scratching the surface with this letter. That's exactly where we are through integration. Respecting and trusting them while we internally destroy ourselves. Gentlemen, these kits are your keys to control. Use them. Have your wives and your children use them. Never miss an opportunity. So their wives and their children are in order to their husbands. And they're on board because they understand in order for them to be able to rule over us, they have to be all in order on board. Because the minute that any of them aren't with the program, right, the program collapses and then we rule. So there's no wives back talking husbands, no children back talking parents, right? So they can rule over us. If used intentionally for 1 year, just 1 year, the slaves themselves will remain perpetually distrustful of each other. Thank you, gentlemen. Let's make a slave. All right. It says here, let us make a slave. What do we need? First of all, we need a black Negro man, a pregnant Negro woman, and her baby Negro boy. All right. Now, the word Niger, which means black, is used here in this letter. I'm not going to use that word because of YouTube and others that are sensitive to the history and connotations of that term. I will use Negro. It says here, and notice it's her baby boy, her son. Highlight that. Second, we will use the same basic principle that we use in breaking a horse combined with some more sustaining factors. So we know how we use horses and break them. We're going to do the same concept, but do more in order to break and control them. Now remember, Margaret Sanger used animals too within her studies on how to control the Negro population. Okay, so while they're testing the other part of God's creation, the animals, okay, then they take those tests from those animals and then apply them to us, those same concepts. And the Bible refers to us as animals. This is the place they have us, acting like animals. What we do with horses is that we break them from one form of life to another. That is, we reduce them from their natural state in nature. Whereas nature provides them with the natural capacity to take care of their offspring, we break that natural string of independence from them and thereby create a dependency status. Okay? Dependence of the state. They need you to be dependent on them, so that we may be able to get from them use for production for our business and pleasure. So the slaves, they can't be independent from us, meaning they can't be doing their own thing. They can't be creating Black Wall Street. Hey, burn it down. No, burn Black Wall Street down. We need to integrate them in and give them social benefits. Get the man out the house and make them dependent on us. And then therefore we can get used for production for our business and pleasure. They're going to build our empire and be happy doing it. Okay? They'll be happy for that bone and think think that they got it going on because they can go out and buy rims and jewelry and weaves and purses and all this frivolous nonsense that's depreciative with no appreciative value, while they invest and keep building and building and building over us. It says here, speaking of horses, therefore, if you break the female mother, she will break the offspring in its early years of development. And when the offspring is old enough to work, she will deliver it up to you. For her normal female protective tendencies will have been lost in the original breaking process. For example, take the case of the wild stud horse, a female horse and an already infant horse, and compare the breaking process with two captured Negro males in their natural state. A pregnant Negro woman with her infant offspring, take the stud horse, break him for limited containment. Completely break the female horse until she becomes very gentle. So you notice how when our sisters come around white men and white society, not that they shouldn't be nice and cordial, but you notice the energy that they have when interacting with who we would call the slave master, who were our slave masters in ancient times, how it's a different energy. They're very gentle in a lot of cases, most cases, towards, and when I say sisters, I'm not talking about the sisters listening here. I'm speaking, again, generally. Let's generalize here and not focus so much on self here. Our nation of women, the energy that they have towards white folks, white men in particular, versus the energy they have towards black men or our community. Whereas you or anybody can ride her in comfort. Breed the mare and the stud until you have the desired offspring. Then you can turn the stud to freedom until you need him again. So in this time, we were only, as men, valuable for breeding purposes. But you know what? Because they already have their construct finished now there's no use for the black man. We at least had some use during slavery, which was to breed and build up their empire. But now that it's built up, hey, if all you were good for was breeding and we're trying to depopulate you, hey, get rid of the black man. He's finished. How are they going to get rid of him? Willy Lynch is going to tell you how. Train the female horse, or she will eat out of your hand. And she will in turn train the infant horse to eat out of your hand also. So the black woman is going to eat out of the slave master's hand very gently. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Okay? And she will then train her young son to be passive, effeminate, to eat out of your hand also. Because we can't have him rise up like we read in Genesis 49. Okay, who will rouse up that old lion. We got to keep them passive and docile. Okay, control that boy. When it comes to breaking the uncivilized Negro, use the same process, but vary the degree and step up the pressure so as to do a complete reversal on the mind. Take the meanest and most restless Negro, strip him of his clothes in front of the remaining male Negroes, the same way they stripped Christ of his clothes. Okay? The female and the Negro infant. So you're going to do all of this in front of his family, his wife, his child. Strip him of his dignity. Tar and feather him. All right? They beat Christ. All right? With stripes. It says, tie each leg to a different horse faced in opposite directions, set him afire. So you're going to tar him, feather him, tie each leg to a horse, then set him on fire, beat both horses to pull him apart in front of the remaining Negroes. So everyone can see what we do to black men. And if we'll do that to black men, black women, and child, what do you think we're going to do to you? Okay, this is what's happening to our black men. Okay, this is what you're seeing happening to us. And a lot of it is us doing it to ourselves, us killing each other. It says here, the next step is to take a bullwhip. Okay, hey, hey, again, the Bible is undefeated. We're seeing the exact same treatment of Christ happening here in this letter to the slaves. take the bullwhip and beat the remaining Negro male to the point of death in front of the female and the infant. Don't kill him, but put the fear of God in him, for he can be useful for future breeding. See, now they don't need us to breed anymore. So we just gonna kill him. All right, I think we're back. Let me make sure we're back before I continue here. Yeah, I think we're back. Okay, we're back. Good. So let's pick back up where we left off here. All right. The breaking, see, as soon as I talked about the breaking process of the African woman, hey, someone pulled a cord and cut it off. Was that a warning shot? All right, let me make sure everything is good here. Let me make sure everything is good before I continue here. All right, so I think everything is good. The breaking process of the African woman. Take the female and run a series of tests on her to see if she will submit to your desires willingly. So that's what they're doing to our sisters and have been doing to them, is testing them, running tests, indoctrinating them, okay? Conditioning them to their will, to follow them and after their way. Test her in every way because she is the most important factor for good economics. Let me say that again. Test her in every way because she is the most important factor for good economics. The woman's the most important. Understand this, sisters. If she shows any sign of resistance in submitting completely to your will, do not hesitate to use the bullwhip on her to extract that last bit of resistance out of her. So remember, they said Willy Lynch said they use fear. All right. So there's a certain level of fear that black women would then have towards her slave master, not to resist and to submit to him. Take care not to kill her, for in doing so you spoil good economics. When in complete submission, check it out, now that she's under your submission, she will train her offsprings in the early years to submit to labor when they become of age. So now she's training up her daughters to be independent boss chicks. She's teaching her sons the same thing as far as, going in and working a slave job. Understanding is the best thing. Therefore, we shall go deeper into this area of the subject matter concerning what we have produced here in this breaking process of the female Negro. Let's go deeper. It gets deeper. We have reversed the relationship in her natural uncivilized state. She would have a strong dependency on the uncivilized Negro male. Okay. She would have the strong and meaning she would be dependent on her man, her husband, the black man. That was natural in nature, but we're going to reverse that. And she would have a limited protective tendency toward her independent male offspring and would raise male offsprings to be dependent like her. Mama's boys. Effeminate mama's boys. Okay? They would now be docile and passive. See, what sisters have to understand, and I'm talking to sisters now, and this might be a little delicate, who have children and aren't married, okay? And you complain about the men that are out here, okay? And this, again, this isn't for everybody. So only if the shoe fits, wear it. If this isn't you, hey, I'm speaking to a crowd here. And if it, and by saying this, we all have to examine these things within ourselves to see, does this apply to me? Okay? Does this apply to me? But back to what I was saying is that when you have our sisters complaining there's no good men out here, understand that the same men that you're raising, all right, the same men that you raise, as we're reading here in this Willy Lynch letter, to be dependent on the slave master and passive and submissive to the slave master as this slave woman is. These are the same men that you're complaining about that there's no good men. You're raising the same men who you claim that aren't worthy. Okay? So understand, we're in a perpetual cycle here. The women that came before you, they raised these men. Because what we're seeing here is that the black man has been driven out of the home. It doesn't discount the black man's shortcomings. We all have a part to play in this, okay? But for so long, we haven't been able to tackle the woman's side of this. And remember, women are the most important factor in all of this. So how we get out of this, the elder said it earlier in the broadcast, women played the most pivotal role on how this nation gets out of this hole. Okay? Nature had provided for this type of balance. Okay? Nature meaning what God created, man and woman, the black woman depending on her black man. Okay? Nature created that. The Most High created that balance. We reversed nature by burning and pulling a civilized Negro apart and bullwhipping the other to the point of death, all in her presence. So all the day long, they will traumatize our people. They'll put George Floyd up, getting choked out by the police. All these black men getting choked out by the police. Put the fear in her to obey our authority. Okay? These psyops that they're running. Not that they're not killing our brothers, these police. Okay? But it's a lot more ways we're dying than at the hands of police. It says, by her being left alone, unprotected, with the male image destroyed. Now I want to deal with this, just these few words right here. What was the elder talking about earlier about the daughters of Zion being kidnapped and how this all is tying into a man being more precious than gold? And is a black man really appreciated as something as precious in our community right now, knowing the power that at any moment that black man can rise up and be the next threat to this system? He can be the next 144,000 at any point. This is what they fear. But they need you, all right, to be left alone, unprotected. So now when the predators come in, you're open game. All right, you're open game. There's no protection for you. There's a huge trick going on in this letter that's happening right now, and it has been happening real time in our community. With the male image destroyed. So they're going to destroy the very image for our sisters of your head. Okay? Him who is head over you and your protection, his image is destroyed. Okay? What would they say? Oh, he's gay. Little Nas X sliding down a pole in the hell, lap dancing on the devil's lap. Male image destroyed. All these men ain't no good. You know, they ain't good for nothing. All they do is make babies and run off. Okay, he's lazy. He's this. He's that. Whatever they can put out as a stereotype of the black male, they'll never show you a male image of a brother or a leader from this church. Okay, because they need you to see the other image and think that that's all it is. Okay, image is everything. We're going to talk more about that image as we go into the fifth gear of this broadcast tonight. With the male image destroyed, the ordeal caused her to move from her psychological dependent state to a frozen independent state. So this is psychological trauma. This is trauma-based mind control. Okay, we talked about trauma-based mind control and the different methods they would use. They're destroying your male image in front of you, psychologically traumatizing you, and then it puts you into a frozen independent state to where now, okay, I don't need a man because he ain't worth nothing. And then if I do want to be with him, the slave master is going to do to me the same thing he did to him. Hey, he's giving out social handouts. He's giving out this. He's giving out that. The slave master ain't that bad. Black man really ain't nothing. I'm independent. Look at me. I got I got the career. I got the, this and I got that. This is the trick they've now, have sprung on our sisters. In this frozen psychological state of independence, she will raise her male and female offspring in reversed roles. So now that she's out of her natural way because her man has been taken from her, she's now in a psychological state of distress and confusion. And now she's going to raise her male and female children in the same psychological state of stress and confusion. All the while she's bad-mouthing her man to her children. Yeah, your daddy ain't no good. He's this, not understanding the agenda at play here. Hey, if he was that bad, what does that say about you as a woman? Because you're the one that made children with them. We have to ask ourselves these questions. And of course, the same thing goes with men too. But right now we're dealing with the women factor. Okay, we have to talk about this. This cannot be just swept under the rug and like it's not a big deal in the black community. So that we can fix it. But we can't fix it if we don't talk about it. We can't fix it if we're not being honest about it. All right? This frozen psychological state of independence to raise her children in reversed roles. Her son will be the girl and her daughter will be the boy. Okay? My daughter, I'm going to raise her to go after a career, not to raise her to be a wife. I'm not going to raise her to be a wife. I'm going to raise her to go after and chase a career. And my son, I'm going to keep him close to me and keep him under my wing. And he's going to be a mama's boy. He really don't have to work. And yeah, he can sleep in the basement and smoke weed and bring girls over and make more babies and continue to perpetuate the cycle. Now, I want to talk about this frozen psychological state of independence. I got an image here. Not the devil's son plotting on black leaders, but this. Oh, yes. The independent woman. Oh, yeah. One of Willy Lynch's favorite daughters. Claims to be independent woman, but wants bills paid. So how much confusion is that? where we're in a time in society where women who have been tricked by the feminist community to be independent women, but still want a man to pay her bills. Well, which one is it? If you're independent, that means you don't need a man. Oh, but you want to have it both ways, the double standard. But you know what's even more confusing and disturbing about this? Is that Beyonce has a man. She's married. She has a husband. So while she's pushing you to be independent of your man, she's not practicing what she preaches. She's telling you to do differently than how she's living. That's the confusing part, the really confusing part in all of this. But you know what? We've identified the Willy Lynchers, and we're identifying the Willy Lynchers of our community. They must be pointed out. Their ideology, like the scripture says, the vain imaginations must be cast down. All right? It must be cast down. But this is what Willy Lynch was putting into place. This type of woman right here. And we're going to talk about it tonight. I know it's late, but hey, we might go another 2 or 3 hours with the information we got tonight. We'll have to see, but hey, we're just getting started on all of this. Her frozen independent state and her children to now be raised in the same. For the fear of the young male's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent. When there's no man in the house, this is now the actual ramifications of now men with no fathers. Mentally weak and dependent. Dependent on her mama, dependent on the slave master. And when you're dependent in that type of structure, you're easy pickings. But physically strong. So he'll still be physically strong. We could still get some work out of him. Okay, he can come work at McDonald's. He can come work in our construction yards. You know, get that good old minimum wage. But he's going to be mentally weak, independent, psychologically trained by his mama. We're going to use her to do our dirty work, to carry our water. Remember, she's the most important piece here in the family with making this work. Because she has become psychologically independent. Let me say it again. She has been psychologically made independent. See, they take these idols and they use them as Willy Lynch's minions to peddle this program and to indoctrinate you into entertainment and song, where you say it over and over and over again. And now you've psychologically been programmed and indoctrinated into independence. She will train her female offsprings to be psychologically independent. So now the women are independent. The young daughters, they're independent. But the boys, they're dependent. You see how backwards that is? Where are our daughters being trained in our communities to be wives? And when I say train up the child the way he or she should go. And when they are old, they will not depart. Where is this training going on? All right. No, go out, get a college degree, get a career, have hot girl summers, be boss bees. All the while, you know, the male, the son, he's 40 years old, still at home living with mama. And these are the men that women are complaining about. What have you got? You've got the Negro woman out front and the Negro man behind and scared. The Negro woman's out front, and the Negro man is behind and scared. I want to pull up Isaiah chapter 3. Again, the Bible is undefeated. Isaiah 3 and verse 12. So before Willy Lynch wrote the letter, let's see what the Bible had to say about this condition. Isaiah 3 and 12. As for my people, children are their oppressors. Children run the house. And women rule over them. O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to error and destroy the way of thy past. They which lead thee cause thee to error and destroy the way of thy past. All right? They which lead thee. All right, we're identifying the Willy Lynchers' attack on Judah. And where they can infiltrate, that's all right. We'll raise one up, make them famous, make them rich, and get her to do it. Have her carry our water. So we're under this condition because of our disobedience to the Most High God. Okay? And now we're trying to come out of this condition. And we're going to talk about that. I'm just showing you how we got into this condition and singling out some of the biggest issues in our community, and that now, as men start to rise back to their throne that women have been sitting on, sisters, you got to get off that throne. That throne don't belong to you. That throne belongs to a man. Okay? That throne belongs to a man, and your job as a sister is to support your man. Stop supporting your slave master so that you can have that man that you want, so that your children can have that father that they want. And there's perfect order within that. And then everybody's happy. But this way leads to destruction of the black race. All right. The black woman has been weaponized against her man. And I'm not saying it's your fault for being weaponized. But what I'm saying is that now it's being identified. A change has to happen. Now you're held accountable to make the change. Okay. You're now held accountable. Okay. We're going to talk more about that, not to divert from finishing out this letter here. It says here, so you got the Negro man behind and scared, hiding behind his wife's skirt. She's out front as the head. This is a perfect, and he's scared also from the children. Okay? He's scared of his own kids. He's scared of the children running the neighborhood. But she's out in front like a man. Big and bad. This is a perfect situation of sound sleep and economics. Okay? Valley of the dry bones. Sound sleep. And so that they can have sound sleep. They sleep good at night knowing that we are in this disarray. They don't sleep well whenever we start to come together. I'm going to talk about that. Before the breaking process, we had to be alertly on guard at all times. Now we can sleep soundly, for out of frozen fear, his woman stands guard for us. So we're going to use his woman as our guard for us while we sleep soundly at night. All right. He cannot get past her early slave molding process. He is a good tool now ready to be tied to the horse at a tender age. By the time a Negro boy reaches the age of 16, he is soundly broken in and ready for a long life of sound and efficient work and the reproduction of a unit of good labor force, continually through the breaking of uncivilized savage Negro, by throwing the Negro female savage into a frozen psychological state of independence, by killing of the protective male image, and by creating a submissive dependent mind of the Negro male slave. We have created an orbiting cycle that turns on its axis forever. Doesn't that seem like we're in that state now of forever? Like, is this the end of the black race? Are we going to be spinning in this condition forever? Like with what's going on in our communities? Because the black man's image have been destroyed. Our sisters have been made dependent on the system, have raised the children, they've been weaponized. The women have been weaponized. The children have been weaponized, all against the black man to destroy his image as a no good, deadbeat breeder. It says this, we have created an orbiting cycle that turns on its own axis forever unless a phenomenon occurs and reshifts the position of the male and female slaves. So I'm here to tell you right now, brothers and sisters, that phenomenon is going on right now. The black man is standing up. In these last days, he will be made more precious than fine gold in a society that looks at him as just a no good waste of space. Not good for anything but making babies. They know it and they fear it. All right. And this rising of the black man back to his throne is going to reshift the position of the male and female slaves. Okay. This is what we've been saying. The Bible's been saying. And more recently, our dearly beloved departed brother, Kevin Samuels, was saying, who is now dead. Kevin Samuels' death raises a simmering debate between black men and women. We're going to talk about it. But before we go there, the sister that was on the last call talked about Black Lives Matter, and she talked about the so-called owner of Black Lives Matter. So I want to deal with that now, because remember, right? Remember, I can't breathe. And coming fresh off the lockdown, going into the hot summer, what did we have? The George Floyd event. And I'm calling it event because information has come out that George Floyd actually really died in 2017. This is by his lawyer after seeing the mother and father on TV talking about their son being killed by the police. Said, no, I represented both of them and their son died 3 years ago. All right. Now, whether or not that's true or not, I can't say. But that's what he claimed. He came out and said. And I didn't need him to come out and tell me that to know that this was a psyop. So at the same time that they're telling everybody you must wear a mask so that you can't breathe, at the same time they're telling you that this new deadly virus that is the most deadly virus known to mankind in the history of man is attacking the lungs, causing people not to be able to breathe. Now you have a black man, same way Willy Lynch had it, being filmed conveniently in front of the whole community, being choked out like he's being dragged between horses and ripped apart, okay, by a white police officer. This all ties together. All right, this all ties together. And how can I forget? I definitely can't forget this. When it says here in the Willy Lynch letter, for fear of the young male's life, she will psychologically train him to be mentally weak and dependent, but physically strong. Because she has become physically independent, she will train her female offspring to be psychologically independent. And then it also talks about her submitting to your desires, and when in complete submission, she will train her offsprings in the early years to submit to labor when they become of age. Her protective tendency towards her children, and basically how they would have the children now dependent on the slave master. Kind of like this. Kind of like this. Where are the fathers of these children? All I see in the background, it appears to be his moms. Do you think the fathers, if they knew that their children was hugged up like this with this scenario, that they would be okay with this? I mean, maybe they would, but I know I wouldn't. Right? A picture says 1,000 words. Well, how about this picture? Oh, yeah. Again. Yet again, the mother with her children. No man around. That man in the background is not her man. All right. He's a taskmaster. Okay. He's just probably he might be the only man in the building. He may be the only black man in the building. She will train her children to be dependent and submit to us. Okay? The same man that's shoveling free crack pipes for equity, for equality in the black neighborhood. The same man that said we have to get DVOC 91 into the black community. The same man who was funding crime bills that would put and lock up black men and women. Oh yeah, Willy Lynch is alive and well, but he has a guard that's doing most of his dirty work while he sits back and sleeps soundly at night. So now let's go to talking about George Floyd and New York Post. Black Lives Matter co-founder Patrisse Cullors admits using $6 million mansion for parties. $6 million mansion. So now we know where all that George Floyd and Black Lives Matter money went. It went to $6 million mansion and parties. Now, this woman just so happens to be part of the movement that I told you earlier that you can't talk about. This movement. She just so happens to be a part of that movement. And she's telling us that let me get it here, that she loves black men, that she's for black men, but yet she's with a black woman. And now she's been caught red-handed, or maybe black-handed, using the funds that were used off of black men like this, and the whole idea of black men being destroyed in our society she would then take that money and go live it up in $6 million mansions and parties. So does she really like black men? I'm not seeing any evidence of that. All right. So the heat is on this sister. Oh yeah, toasting it up. Hey, another Willy Lyncher that we've identified of our people that is helping to lead us astray and destroy us through emotional distress, trauma-based mind control. There it is, the mansion. Off all the Black Lives Matter donations. Oh yeah, living lavish. So then what happens? So then she gets called out. Oh yeah, battle lines drawn between Black Lives Matter founder Patrisse Cullors and pundit Candace Owens. So let's take a listen here, fair use, at what happened. Candace Owens rose up on Patrisse Cullors to ask her about this mansion. Let's take a listen, fair use, to see what our dear sister Candace Owens has to say here.
Okay, so this is insane. In real time right now, I am watching Patrisse Cullors do a live claiming that I went to her property and demanded to speak to her. And she's, I only way I can describe it is she sounds like she's really scared. We're working on a documentary talking about all of the funding pertaining to Black Lives Matter. Obviously, we know that Patrisse and a lot of the founders purchased $1 million homes in white neighborhoods. They also purchased a Black Lives Matter property. So we went to the property and asked if there was anyone that we could speak to. Very politely, by the way. We've got cameras in tow, so there's no way she can, it's all on camera. And we just said, is there anyone we can speak to? Nobody asked us to leave. The person went inside. It was just a white man that we saw outside that was providing security, which is super interesting because obviously Patrisse here is anti-police. And so she's, oh my God, I think she's crying on this live, pretending that she was harassed. We, like I said, very politely to the guy, is there anyone we can speak to? My name's Candace Owens. We never went over the gate. It was just me ringing the doorbell, trying to speak to someone. He said absolutely nothing. He started just recording us. And we said, okay, if there's no one we can speak to, we're going to leave. Patrisse is pretending to be scared because she knows that this Black Lives Matter lie is falling apart. And
the Black Lives Matter lie is falling apart right before Roe vs. Wade, where they would look to get our people, predominantly our sisters, out there on the forefront marching for abortion. All right. Now, I don't know just a whole lot about Candace Owens. I can't say I agree with everything she says. I don't know. But it is good to see, one of our sisters, shining a light and holding the crooks and the criminals of our community, at least bringing the conversation to the forefront. Have black people been duped with this whole Black Lives Matter thing? So I got to give her a shout out for that. Just on this point, I can't speak on anything else unless I hear her say it. But hey, this is more so the things that, we would expect from our sisters, is to point these things out, hold other sisters accountable. Because when men look to do it, men get canceled. Okay? Men get canceled for holding other sisters accountable. But let's hear the rest of this here.
She doesn't know what to do. I mean, people are aware of the scam that is Black Lives Matter. She's intentionally limited the comments, so you can't even comment on this post, because I was going to comment and be like, this is a complete lie, and we have it all on camera in terms of what happened. So what you are seeing right now is the face of a woman who is pretending she's afraid of right-wing pundits, when in reality she's being exposed as a fraud who took millions, used the faces of black people, took millions of dollars to fund herself.
Took faces of black people, predominantly black men, Now she's supposedly married to a black woman, but she financially grandized herself off the suffering of black men, only to take that money to live lavish.
To fund her.
And see, they want to make it a left versus right thing. No, this is a wrong versus right thing. And exposing those that are looking to exploit us and are not for our turn. They're not for our good. They're out here trying to trick and manipulate our people.
Lifestyle to fund her girlfriend and to buy $1 million mansions in neighborhoods where no black people live. So Patrice,
so she's anti-police. This is what they ran on in Black Lives Matter: defund the police. And she's so pro-black that she moved to an all-white neighborhood and hired a bunch of police to protect her. Why would she need, if she's in an all-white neighborhood, why would she need a whole bunch of police to protect her? Obviously, she moved to a white neighborhood because she feels safe. I would like to think that she has nothing against white people, as she may claim, if she's living in an all-white neighborhood. So she should be safe in an all-white neighborhood. And if you've done nothing wrong, why would you then need to go and hire a bunch of police who you're looking to defund for protection?
This footage this story that we're covering is a significant one. I have always been interested in the fraud that is Black Lives Matter, your fake tears, your crocodile tears about someone politely ringing your gate and speaking to your white security guard and asking if there was anyone that I could talk to because I was covering the story. Not really going to cut it, Patrice. This is only going to commit me further to discovering the truth about what you have done with this funding. Black people died. You used their faces to raise money. You demanded that the policing be stopped. You demanded that police officers be defunded, but you've got a private security detail outside of $1 million homes. It just doesn't work this way, sweetheart. So the truth shall set you free, or Candace Owens shall set you free, girl, because I'm about to tell the truth. All right.
So that was Candace Owens. I want to give, Patrice Cullors, the sister, the opportunity to speak on all of this. So this is what she was saying. She was speaking on this, doing a live while Candace Owens was speaking.
She was demanding, and right-wing pundits, our 9 years in our movement has been hard and challenging and amazing and brilliant, and I'm specifically going through a deep accountability process with the people I love and trust me. And the right-wing media and right-wing pundits are creating have created an incredibly dangerous environment for me. This morning, I woke up to Candace Owens being outside of my house with a news crew. She was demanding that I come outside. And when I looked at the video recording of what she was asking about, she was actually asking about the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation property. And for some reason, seems like she thought my house was that. It's unacceptable and it's dangerous that any stranger come outside of my house, but it's really unacceptable and dangerous when Candace Owens, another black woman who is actually working as a part of a right-wing agenda, comes outside of my house with cameras. As you all know, I've experienced, and many of us have experienced, death threats. Many of us have children. Many of us are super vulnerable. And the fact that she's came outside my house and demanded things harassed me is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. And I'm going to keep doing the work I need to do to make sure that I'm in right relationship with my community, but I'm not going to let the right wing and right-wing pundits and media try to drive me against my community and have the community driven against me. I'm begging and pleading with all of you all to pay attention to what's happening to me and to many other people, many other leaders inside of this movement. Pay attention to what's happening, because what happened to me today has the potential to open up the floodgates of many other right-wing people that may next time be bearing arms, that may next time be more violent. This is unacceptable. Black people should be able to fight for our rights, for our right to live without being harassed, without being, without fearing for our lives, without having people, strangers, show up to our private and personal property. I'm still in shock. Thank God I called, obviously, my team. Thank God for community, for Black community, for Black movement community here in Los Angeles. I just really, really, y'all, I really need my family to be safe. I need to be safe. I need my child to be safe. And this, what happened this morning is not safety. It's not what I deserve. It's not what any of us deserve. So just be diligent when you see shit in the media.
So Candace Owens, who shows up with a news crew to ask Patrisse Cullors questions about Black Lives Matter funds. It's all being recorded. And she has police and security at her home. And she felt endangered. And now she's on here crying, supposedly. Tears coming down, at least. In the midst of being asked some really serious questions about Black Lives Matter and where is the money? Where did the money go? All right, this is a tactic of a sorcerer. Okay, shed the tears, get your sympathy. Her life's in danger by the big bad Candace Owens. She's gonna take her life. The next time someone shows up, it could be with force. Okay, these are all tactics to divert away from the questions being asked. Okay, that aren't being answered about Black Lives Matter and what's really going on. But ultimately, all in all, the reason I brought this up is because, again, you have the face of a man being used and the plight of Black men being killed out here in these streets. Police, whether we're killing each other, whether there's some fishy stuff going on with our deaths, and that would be used by Black lesbian women as a way for them to financially grandize that themselves. And so I asked the question, how much value is there in a Black man in this society? Obviously, there's a lot of value where a Black man could be used to make all this money, right? So obviously, we have value in that. But outside of them being able to make money off of us, and destroy our image as this weak man being killed, right? Effeminate, emasculinized, right? We're women beaters and abusers, all on and on and on and on and on. And this now takes us back to what I want to talk about now as we shift into the fifth gear of this broadcast. And I want to deal with some things scripturally as well as we're going through this. Let me pull it up here. Let me pull it up one moment. Kevin Samuel's death raises a simmering debate between black men and women. Because there's something very strange going on in the black community between black men and women, where our sisters are aborting babies. And when I say this, I'm not saying all of our sisters. They are financially grandizing off of black men for mansions, off of black men's plight of this being killed. On and on and on and on. And yet, there is this huge elephant, 100-ton elephant in the room that nobody wants to deal with. You can't talk about it. Willy Lynch wrote about it. The Bible prophesied about it. Their papers and documents talk about it. Their statistics show it. How we have a real threat on the outside of us, manipulating us, pitting us one against another. All right. And at the end of the day, it's only ending up in the destruction of the black race. So, speaking of Kevin Samuels, right? And I have to put some more disclaimers out there because, again, just like other people I've showed on this broadcast tonight, just dealing with truth, okay? I don't agree with everything Kevin Samuels said. Let me fix this here. I don't agree with everything Kevin Samuels has said. But you know what? There's a whole lot of good things Kevin Samuels has said. And what I want to deal with real quick before I talk about Kevin is I want to go to a scripture because, see, we have a problem in the black community where this division, a big reason why this division exists is because we don't know how to get along when we disagree. It's another issue we have as black people. There's a point or two that we disagree with. And then because we disagree, we feel like, well, to Hades with you. And then we can't get along. We must learn that when there are things that we don't agree with, to find those things that we do agree with and build on those things as people, as black men and black women. This is one of the things that Kevin was looking to do, was bring black men together. Okay, he was against black men beefing. When people came out, you had your Creative Flow of Dollars and your Umar Johnsons and all these men who are pandering to women and not telling women the truth would come out and slander Kevin Samuels. He wouldn't say nothing about them. He would ignore them and keep doing what he was doing. That was his code. So I'm here tonight to talk about the good things that Kevin Samuels said that we can talk about. All right. And what I want to read here, because someone made a comment I've seen about Candace Owens in the chat, and I want to deal with that while I'm dealing with Kevin. Okay. I want to go to Romans chapter 12. Speaking about this, us being able to get along even when we don't agree. The other races can do it. We can't do it. Another problem in the black community. Romans 12 and 16. Be of the same mind one toward another. Mind not high things, but condescend to men of low estate. Be not wise in your own conceits. So I want to deal with that condescending to men of low estate. Because what we'll do in the black community, especially those that, are in the Bible, we become holier than thou. We become over righteous. We become the first to want to pick up a stone to throw it, but yet we live in glass houses, meaning that, hey, we can throw stones at each other, but don't you throw a stone at me for what I'm doing wrong. The scripture tells us we all appear before the Most High as filthy rags. Okay? So no one here is saying Kevin is a saint. No one is comparing him to Christ in the sense, listen, everybody's looking for this perfect man. He don't exist. He already came. There's only one Christ. Okay, so it goes without saying. Shouldn't have to use comparisons, biblically or otherwise, to then make a disclaimer to say, oh, well, he did this or he did that or he said this or he said that. Or what I seen in the comment section was someone said, I don't ascribe to anything Candace Owens says at all. Right? And I'm like, what type of attitude is that? Anybody can say the truth. So, hey, I don't know Candace Owens, but there are things that she said that I've agreed with. Does that mean that I am a Candace Owens fan or I agree with everything she says? No. But when she does make a point that's true, I can at least say, hey, look, at least she's doing that. At least she's looking to expose those in our community that are looking to get over on us. That they really don't care about black people like they say they do. They have another agenda. All right. So I'm here to talk about the things that Kevin said that was true. Okay. That we can look to as black people to then work on in our community. Okay. Before Kevin Samuels came along, you had men, you had sisters that talked about issues with black men and women. Okay. You had those in the community that would talk about women and get a lot of pushback or look to be canceled. So what I appreciate about Kevin Samuels was that he said, look, there's a 100-ton elephant in the room, and I'm going to ride that bad boy in fear of being gorged by it and being totally destroyed by my people and those on the outside, and put myself all the way out there to talk about black men and black women issues, even if it means, hey, the end of me. And I'm not saying that to say that that's what happened to Kevin. I don't know. I'm not going into his death or how he died. Okay. But what I'm saying is that us as black men and women, we have to learn to appreciate one another, because we're going into a time where a man will be more precious than fine gold. And you have people of our community that would go online and make posts celebrating the fact that they're happy that Kevin Samuels is dead, when all he was looking to do was help the black community, help black relationships. Even if some of his delivery wasn't the best, he put his best foot forward, right? He put his best foot forward. And if you look at it, a lot of things he said was biblical. Okay. He's a Bible man, but even he himself came out and said he's not a pastor. Okay. He's not a pastor, meaning he's an image consultant. He is a relationship, what they would call guru. All right, relationship coach, where he would try to help black men in relationships. There are countless testimonies of black women saying that this man helped me in my marriage because he pointed out some things that nobody else would, and it caused me to self-examine myself and look in the mirror. And now me and my husband's marriage is better than what it was. See, this is what the powers that be hate. When black women and men can come together in unity. Okay? And so what Kevin was doing also was bringing black men together. And that's another thing that the power structure hates, is when black men come together, because black men are supposed to be beefing. Black men are supposed to be gang banging on each other, shooting each other dead in the streets, not coming together and looking to build. That's not what black men are supposed to be doing. Not only that, but I was looking in a lot of the comments of his videos, and you had non-black men that were in the comment section saying how much stuff that Kevin was saying was helping them. Okay, and that's even a bigger no-no when Judah is rising up, bringing together all the tribes and Gentiles. And so when I was watching Kevin, when I first seen him, I believe this was 2020, when he first kind of blew up, and I seen what he was talking about, I feared for this brother's life. I said, man, what he's talking about, he's attacking the very communities that you cannot speak about. The three I mentioned earlier. Those who say they are Jews but are the synagogue of Satan, the letter gang, and the feminist community. All right? So, not saying that's what happened to him, but I knew he had a target on his back once I heard his content and what he was talking about. But you would have people come and listen to 5 minutes of what he was saying and make a judgment without listening to his full content to see what he's really talking about. Okay? Things like marry before you carry, meaning the Bible says that if a woman is to lay with a man, she is to be married to that man. Okay? Meaning, stop making babies out of wedlock. Not beefing with other brothers. Love your neighbor as yourself. Okay? And it doesn't mean that there aren't things that he was falling short on. But again, who are we to cast the first stone in the things that we maybe are falling short on? So this type of stuff has to stop in our community. You don't see the other races when they're, people of high influence pass, they get online to celebrate. It's a shame and it's a travesty that this is going on in the black community. And this is the reason why we are in the condition we're in, because of stuff like this. Right? And I want to talk about it. It's so many things that this brother came out and would speak on and talk about that was beneficial for black people. And for those that don't know, let me get it here. For those that don't know, for 3 years from 2017 to 2020, Kevin Samuels only spoke to men. All right? He only spoke to men. And let me tell you something. I listened to Kevin talk to men. For the sisters out to think he talked bad to women, he talked 100 times worse to men than he talked to women. Nobody talked about it, because you know why? A black man's value is worth nothing in this society. You can talk bad about a black man's image. You can kill him off. Nobody cares. But the minute you talk about a black woman whom the letter people, the feminists, and them that say they are Jews are looking to protect to keep their Willy Lynch program and system intact, that's a no-no. You can't do that. You will get canceled. So let me pull that up here. This came out 3 days before Kevin passed. And I had to take a screenshot of it because after he passed, they changed the title. This came out 3 days after he passed. It says here, this came out 3 days before he passed. It says, when will Kevin Samuels finally be canceled? Okay, 3 days before he passed. After he passed, they went and changed the title. But the same tag in the internet where you see here, it says, when will Kevin Samuels finally be canceled? Like, that's still in the same link, but they changed the title. All right. So they've been looking to get rid of Kevin Samuels for a while now with what he was saying. All right. The same way they looked to get rid of, and they did. And again, I'm not comparing, I'm just making a point that at any point in the black community, a black man stand up, a heterosexual black man, step up, uncontrolled, that they can't control, as their black messiah, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Now listen, same thing I said about Kevin and Candace Owens. I didn't agree with everything Malcolm X stood for. He was a Muslim. He worshiped Allah. But you know what? It doesn't take away from his work and the true things he said. Okay? He left a legacy of trying to help black people, trying to help our race. He believed in the Bible. All right? And if he were alive today, if I were to talk to him, I would look to build with him on things we agree with. Not to say to look to be in a debate and talk about all the things I disagree with. Martin Luther King, Baptist Christian. There are things even as a Christian that I disagree with what Martin Luther King had said. But you know what? At the time that both of these men were assassinated, they were stepping away from what they originally signed up for. Malcolm X had separated himself from the Nation of Islam and was looking and searching for something different because he knew that it was corrupt. Before what? His own people killed him. Black people, our people. Martin Luther King, at the end of his career, said what? I feel like I've led my people into a burning house. And then the next thing you know, he looked up and he was dead, surrounded by Judases. Jesse Jackson and the sort that are still alive and well today, kicking. Malcolm X surrounded by Judases. So there were things that, hey, I could even build with Martin Luther King that I agreed with. And that's where we as a people, in order to start focusing in on the healing of our nation, we have to now start looking to build with one another and clean up the things that are wrong. And not say because you don't agree with everything I agree with, I can't talk to you. I can't listen to you. There's nothing I can take from you. That attitude has to change, brothers and sisters. If we want to survive what's coming. I showed it at the beginning of this broadcast. If we want to survive what's coming, it has to change. Black men have to be appreciated. Our women have to fall in order. And those that aren't going to make it. Period. Even those that are righteous aren't going to make it. Some of them will be martyred. Another thing Kevin talked about, winter is coming. We talk about it all the time on this broadcast. The scriptures talk about it. Pray that your flight be not in the winter. The government has come out and said a dark winter is coming. And so really, when Kevin really blew up and switched from men to women, was when 2020 happened and he seen the lockdown and he seen all these single black women with no man in these lines fighting to survive the confusion, the craziness, trying to get some type of sustainment in the midst of something that the world had never seen before in the lockdown. He's seen that, and it's switched from men to women now to address what's going on with our women and why is there so many single black women? Why are only 1 out of 4 black women getting married? Disproportionate to any other race. Even the black men is disproportionate to how many black men are getting married. And he dealt with that. He tackled that elephant and said, I'm going to step out there and do it. And I'm going to give it my best foot forward. And I commend the brother for giving his best foot forward, the best he could do with what he knew and what he had. He loved black people. And that leads us to, so let me get it here. So for the first 3 years that Kevin was online broadcasting, he dealt with men. Now check this picture out of Kevin when he first started. And you have to see the video to see just how poor the presentation was. All right. He was telling black men for 3 years, we have to step our game up as men. All right. Black men aren't getting it done. And you know what? He was right. And he talked crazy to black men that would come on in this delusional state of mind. That was his delivery. That was his method. Because sometimes our people, you got to talk crazy to them. Now, I don't talk crazy to our people. Okay, that's not my approach, but doesn't mean that what was being said wasn't true. Okay, but also Kevin practiced what he preached. He took it upon himself to do exactly that, what he was telling black men to do. He took it upon himself to do the same thing. And in 3 years, he transitioned from this Kevin Samuels to this Kevin Samuels. A brother who was about black man's image, all right, and protecting that image and reversing the power structure that's in the hands of our sisters and bringing it back to the men. Okay, that was his goal. All right, and he went out there on that branch in a cancel culture where you're not supposed to do that. You have to tread lightly. You know, even to some point to where, hey, we avoided those conversations for a long time because of, I didn't see Elder Ricard come on and talk to our sisters and say, hey, look, sisters, this is the reason why there's alopecia going on within our black sisters right now, birth control. And he was so happy to know that he could maybe help our sisters understand that, to help them deal with that alopecia. Do you know how many sisters came on that video and was just with hatred and vitriol against Elder Ricard for trying to help them? So, and it's not just black women. It's not just black men. It's black women too that get this hatred from our people. The scriptures talk about it, right? But Kevin practiced what he preached. He made the transition because he was telling men that the woman you want, you don't qualify for. You don't qualify where you're at as a man to have that type of woman that you say you want. So he made the transition with those men that he was talking to. And then he switched over to the women and said, sisters, winter is coming. What are you going to do? I don't think he really understood how deep the winter prophetic times we're going into. But he understood and knew that our sisters being out here alone by themselves is unnatural. And that, sisters, you're in a delusion if you think that the man that you say you want and what you're bringing to the table, you don't qualify. So is it wrong? It's right for him to tell a man that, but it's wrong for him to tell a woman that. It's right for a woman to have standards on the man she wants, but a man can't have standards on the woman he wants. That's double standards. So he was looking to attack that whole paradigm. Like, no more of this delusional state of black people, of us being in this delusion, and people telling us what makes us feel good and lying to us. And I'm gonna go into those scriptures. How we love to be lied to. We don't oftentimes want the truth because the truth hurts. But the truth is the only thing that's gonna make us free. Only the truth is gonna make us free. All right, so we have to be realistic. We have to come out of this delusion that we're in. Okay, and we have to stop treating ourselves the way we are treating ourselves right now. And I'm going to talk more on this as we're finishing out this broadcast. But this is the type of stuff I'm talking about when we're talking about Willy Lynch and how this stuff has to stop in our community. This article here off of aceshowbiz.com. Disagreeing with Marlon Wayans, who believed that Kevin healed others during his life, the Days of Our Lives alum says this man was a hypocrite. I didn't find anything about him to be healing. So, you had one black man. Now, before I go here, let us go back. Speaking of Vivica Fox, let us return back to our previous broadcasts when the Queens asked Ice Cube, another black man. Remember this one? The elders did a broadcast on it. I'm not sure if we spoke about it here. The Queens asked Ice Cube. And what did the Queens have for Ice Cube? Did they have anything good, any good energy that they were sending? So-called queens. This is what they call themselves, queens with no men, no kings. Right? And Ice Cube was looking to do some things for black people by having a contract with Black America towards the U.S. government to address black people's plight. What did he get from his women? Did he get attacked by these women? Did these women call him a Trump supporter when Ice Cube said he was nonpartisan, meaning he was not part of any party, that the only reason he met with Trump is because he was also trying to meet with Biden to get this thing straight for black people? Because Trump was president. So he met with him to try to figure it out. Like, what can you do for black people? Trump met with Ice Cube. You know who didn't meet with Ice Cube? Biden and Kamala Harris. They told him, we'll get with you after we win the election, after the presidency is secured. You know who still hasn't been in talks with Ice Cube? The Biden administration. But this same administration is who these black liberal feminists, you might as well call them part of the letter gang too, because they don't have any men. Hey, I can only question what you got going on, calling yourself queens, attacking a black man, trying to help black people, slandering this man, right? saying he's a Trump supporter when that was so far from the case, just trying to destroy his image. And then they had the nerve to ask the question, well, what about black women? What do we get in all of this? What do we get? And Cubes asked the question. He said, well, aren't y'all part of the black community? Like, are y'all some separate entity from the black race to where you're not included to what I'm asking for the community as a whole? And then he asked them, after they had the nerve to say that, he asked them, well, what is it you want? Do you know that none of these women could articulate what they wanted? And they said, well, you figure it out. You figure out what we want and put it in there. Is that not pure confusion? So a man is supposed to know what women want, figure it out, and put it in the contract. Yet they're the ones, demanding to be this separate entity to receive something separate from black men and children and don't know what they want. Pure, utter madness. Right? The Bible talks about these women. We read about them in the Willy Lynch letter, but the Bible identifies and talks about these type of women. And we're going to talk about them. But before we do, then Vivica, and again, I pray for my sister Vivica. I pray she gets it together with what's going on and the things she's saying and the energy she's moving with. It's very anti-black. It's very weaponized against black men and enemy of black men. But she's not condemned. So even though she's looking to condemn Kevin Samuels, the Bible tells us to take the higher ground. All right? She's not condemned. But she's in opposition to the Most High God right now. So until she repents, these type of people we have to start marking as enemies of the black community. We're in that time. Okay? I pray you repent. And if you repent and you're looking to get on code and in order, hey, let's get this kingdom. But until then, if you're moving with this type of energy, you have to be marked and called out and told about yourself and corrected. Because it's unacceptable, especially coming from a woman. So she had a problem with this black man and what he was saying. And then when another black man comes on, Marlon Wayans, which again, hey, I'm no Marlon Wayans fans, but hey, he says some true things. In his Instagram, that he believed Kevin Samuels was doing some good in the community. And do you know that she came out against that black man? So I'm not going to play it here. I mean, it's disgraceful to even hear the words that she used, that it was karma. Kevin Samuels' passing was karma, as if she's God and knows why Kevin Samuels died. It's karma for how he talked to black women. Nothing about how he talked about black men, which he talked 100 times worse to them than women. But you cannot talk like that to black women. And again, I've never talked like that to our sisters, but it doesn't mean I condemn Kevin Samuels for doing it. I just say I don't agree. But Marlon Wayans came out and said, love him or hate him, he spoke his truth. We can view truth as hate, but sometimes his bold medicine didn't taste so sweet. And if you hate it, why tune in? Why call in? Because healing comes in many forms. Here's what some nasty expletive tasting medicine. There's no right and wrong. In this love expletive, there's just discovery. Thank you for those you healed, and we forgive you if there was any damages, because we know your intention was to heal. And honestly, you were hilarious. In this moment, I pray for you and your family and all those you've healed that can't call into your show. I hope you can heal more and reach more in heaven. Rest well. Appreciate you trying to hold on and express masculinity. So why is it we can't have this type of response when someone from our community passes who was a big influence, who's putting their best foot forward to deal with things that no one else wants to talk about the way he was talking about it? The reason why his platform went to 1.5 million views overnight, subscribers overnight. Marlon Wayne said, I didn't agree with everything Kevin Samuel said, but I appreciate the things he did that I do agree with that he said. You know who had a problem with that? The queens. You know, there's all different types of queens. There are different types of queens. So I want to talk about these particular type of women because the Bible talks about them. And before I go there and talk about these women, I first want to deal with Matthew 5 and 43. All right? Because regardless of what Kevin Samuels being dead, that don't change the fact that brothers and sisters, this thing is about to get crazy fast. And a man whom, probably nobody personally knew, even though he hails out of my home state and city, Oklahoma City. He went to Oklahoma University and Millwood High School, and those there that are from Oklahoma know all about these things. He's from my old stomping ground. So, there is that somewhat connection there that, that we share with that. But I didn't know him personally. It doesn't change reality. It doesn't change the reality that there is a much needed, long overdue conversation in the black community where there are things going on that need to be addressed. Matthew 5 and 43. Ye have heard that it hath been said that thou shalt love thy neighbor and hate thine enemy. But I say unto you, love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you, that ye may be the children of your Father which is in heaven, for he maketh his sun to rise on the evil and on the good, and sendeth rain on the just and on the unjust. So I would ask the question, is Kevin Samuels the black community's enemy? And if he is, for those that say he is, what does the scripture say how you're supposed to treat him? The same way you would treat your neighbor. To love him, to bless him, to do good to him, to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. So if you're falling short in that love, that you're no different than Kevin Samuels or anyone else who you disagree with that you think is so bad for our community. You're in the same evil. You're saying that they're evil. You're in the same place with them. Just like that. Holier than thou, stone thrower, glass house. The reason why I said, hey, Vivica Fox, yeah, it was disturbing to hear her comments as well as other comments I've seen online. But hey, I got nothing but love for Vivica, and if she wanted to have a conversation with me, I would try to gain a sister. I would try to build with her and be an example to her, example of Christ to her. not hate her. Father, forgive them for they know not what they do. She's lost. She's still a daughter of Zion at the end of the day, regardless of the evil or whatever else she may be doing. It's not right. Galatians 4:16. Am I therefore became your enemy because I tell you the truth? So has Kevin Samuels became, and when I say black community, I don't mean everybody, but those that deem him an enemy because he's told you the truth. Listen, the truth doesn't always come out sweet. And for me, I grew up in a 2-parent household. I grew up with uncles who would talk crazy to you with choice words in an instant where they, whatever reason, felt that they needed the need to talk to you like that. I'm used to that. But you know what? I think so many of our people, both men and women, aren't used to that type of treatment. They're not used to that father or that uncle giving them that not so tasty medicine, whether it be truth or talking maybe in a way that you think is not nice or disrespectful. Right? Does that change the truth? No. All right. So we live in glass houses because these be the first people, right? They can talk about everyone else, but you can't talk about them. And trust me, each and every one of us, if we were to go in someone's house, we could easily point out, hey, you're not doing this right. You're not doing that right. Where is the righteousness in that? So let us be careful of how we are treating our brothers and sisters within our community when we're in this state that we're in, not thinking the Most High is not watching. And speaking of that, let me go to, I got some more scriptures here that I want to get. Oh yeah. Speaking about dancing on someone's grave. And that just goes to show you how far we've fallen to where we have no honor for the dead. We will go and dance on a brother or a sister in our community's grave. Now, speaking of that, I did want to say this, that what do you think would happen Oprah Winfrey were to pass away and all the men just started celebrating her passing, right? And Oprah Winfrey sure ain't done nothing good for our community or our sisters, but bring her new age philosophy and mysticism, right? And sell us out. What do you think would happen if brothers took to social media to celebrate her death, or any other woman of that matter? You think that would be something that wouldn't come with serious backlash from the black feminists or even just regular sisters in our community? Right? And that's not something that you would typically see men do. Right? But it wasn't just women celebrating Kevin Samuels finally being dead. I've seen some men too. We're gonna deal with them too. Right? Nobody gets a pass on truth, man or woman. Nobody. Let me find the scripture I'm looking for here. Give me one moment. Nobody gets a pass on truth. Let's see if I can find this scripture here real quick. I meant to have this one ready earlier, but slipped my mind. Give me just one moment. I'll have it here. We're gonna hit some more scriptures, and we're gonna round this broadcast out. We're coming to the end, but just want to make a few more points, because a lot of people were saying, well, Kevin Samuel's delivery was just, I didn't like his tone. I found it here. You pull it up. His tone. We're gonna deal with that too. Proverbs 24:17. Rejoice not when thine enemy falleth, and let not thine heart be glad when he stumbleth. Lest the Lord see it, and it displease him, and he turn away his wrath from him. So be careful celebrating the fall of your enemy, and be glad that your enemy fell, because that same wrath that the Most High could have had towards your enemy, he can turn it away and turn it on you, because none of us are exempt from judgment. We all have to die. We all must die. Let us go to Peter's now. We're going to go to Peter's, and then we're going to say, we're going to deal with this whole tone. Well, actually, Peter's is going to deal with this whole tone thing, right? Because that's another excuse for us not to follow and accept truth, because we don't like the way maybe someone said it. Even though the scriptures tell us to go and correct one with the spirit of meekness, right? Which is what we should do. But if someone doesn't, that's not the excuse for you now to accept the truth that's being said. Don't work like that. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 18. Servants, be subject to your masters with all fear, not only to the good and gentle, but also to the forward. So, dealing with women, men in this scenario is the hierarchy. All right? So you would be in subjection to a man, in this case, a husband, leader of a church. All right? Your husband may not say things you always like. He may not say it in a tone you always like. You're a leader. Could be the same thing. That doesn't justify you not to follow truth. That's your test, to suffer wrongfully. It says here, for the word forward, unfair. So when you have a situation, sisters, where you have your husband, he's telling you something you don't like it, you think that's unfair. He's telling you, you know what, you can't go run the streets and go hang out with your girls for whatever reason. You may think that's unfair. Okay? But it doesn't give you the right, because you think it's unfair, not to follow your husband. Same with someone in the church, whether it be a man or a woman. Right? If it's not breaking God's commandment and your leader's telling you something you don't agree with, or you think that this leader is unfair in his decision making or judgment, doesn't change the fact of the truth and the order to give you a pass not to do it. So again, we have to now measure ourselves up to see, okay, am I really following these scriptures? Because I'm so quick to demonize other people, and I'm falling short. I'm so quick to talk about someone else because they may not know the Most High's name. Well, are you following Christ's words about loving your enemies? Are you following Peter's words about being subject to your masters with all fear? Like David was, and even Saul in his evil. And David was still subject to Saul as king. All right. So it just goes to show us that, brothers and sisters, we all have work to do. We're in no place to be dancing on any other of our people grave or looking to condemn, all of our people like that. Okay? We lose an elder, any elder in our community, especially one that's trying to put his best foot forward to help us. That should be a time of mourning. But you know what? Really what it's done is now it set the stage for men to rise up, even more so inspired because of brothers like Kevin Samuels who stood out there. So it's only going to make men stand up more. The Most High is raising up men. That's the order. All right. And as men rise to their position and are in order with the Most High, now women must be in their position as is in order with the Most High. We're going to get that position. But first I want to deal with women like Vivica. 1 Kings chapter 18 verse 1. And it came to pass after many days that the word of the Lord came to Elijah in the 3rd year, saying, Go show thyself unto Ahab, and I will send rain upon the earth. And Elijah went to show himself unto Ahab, and there was a sore famine in Samaria. Right? Very, very interesting, a famine. And Ahab called Obadiah, which was the governor of his house. Now Obadiah feared the Lord greatly. For it was so when Jezebel cut off the prophets of the Lord that Obadiah took 100 prophets and hid them by 50 in a cave and fed them with bread and water. Now, I'm not calling Kevin Samuels a prophet. What I'm doing is I'm making an example that at any point a black man from the tribe of Judah has the opportunity to be one of the 144,000, to come into his own, to serve the Most High, to make that complete change over. Okay? Has that potential and is telling truth. And you would look to come in and hate that truth. That's a Jezebel. Jezebel was against the prophets of the Lord. They hated the truth. Jezebel hated the truth. Again, I'm not saying Ice Cube is a prophet, but he's a black man from the tribe of Judah. He knows we are the Israelites. And here it is, he's trying to step up and do things for black men, which is what women, our sisters, have been complaining about. And now black men are doing it only to get pushed back and attacked by Jezebel. So who is the one that's really out of order in our communities? The most. Not all. And not all black men are in order. But there is an order. The Most High set that order. We're going to talk about that order. Verse 13. 1 Kings 18:13. Was it not told my Lord what I did when Jezebel slew the prophets of the Lord, how I hid 100 men of the Lord's prophets by 50 in a cave and fed them with bread and water? So the elder talked about it earlier. And we're going to go into that scripture too. Matter of fact, let's go to that scripture right now. Jeremiah 31:22. Jeremiah 31 verse 22. Right? See, they'll come against Kevin and say, well, he's not a godly man. Ice Cube, he's not a godly man. Well, hey, I'm an elder of the church and I'm going through scriptures. So I want to know who now is going to come against the scriptures that are coming out to now come and look to attack me with bringing this out. Go about, O thou backsliding daughter, for the Lord hath created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man. Sisters have become weaponized against men. Shout out to all the virtuous sisters out there, those that are seeking virtuousness, supporting their men. But the majority of our sisters have been weaponized as Jezebel, feminists, black woman feminists. When the feminist movement wasn't our movement, sisters have been tricked into being independent, thinking it's for their best bet. Here it is. You have Vivica Fox, almost 60 years old, no man, no children, bitter as can be. And anytime a black man steps up to say something, she got a problem with it. Unless he's from the letter game or he's pandering. No more pandering to our sisters. You have those that pander. Those same panderers were those that were speaking out against Kevin. Your Umars and your Creative Flow of Dollars, whose following is nothing but women. So they had to come out and say something to protect their following against a man who would tear down who would look to be a brick, to tear down that whole ideology. Creative Flow saying, oh yeah, you can do bad all by yourself. Yeah, you can. So Creative Flow would rather you be doing bad all by yourself, supporting him as your daddy, as your man, giving him your money, while you're doing bad and he's feeding you lies, feeding you false doctrine, in the position of a pastor, not the position of an image consultant or a relationship coach, but in the position as a man of God, pandering and telling lies and speaking against other men who would be trying to tell the truth to our sisters. Right? Those men. But what he won't tell you is that, yeah, but you could be doing good with a man. You could be doing good if you have the right man in your life and have a family and can build legacy. See, he leave that part out. He'll put you in fear to say, yeah, you can do bad all by yourself. Come do bad with me and support me. Back to Jezebel. So women have Most High has created a new thing to where now women are sisters. Speaking of the majority, there's only going to be a remnant that's not the majority. So we're not talking about the remnant. Again, if the shoe fits, it fits. If it don't fit, you must acquit. Right? So the Most High will create a new thing. Women will become weaponized against their men. Right? And now we have Jezebel, who hates the prophets, who looks to kill the prophets of the Lord. And this is another reason why a man will be I will make a man more precious than fine gold. Because there is so much a black man is up against in these times to be here. If he stands for truth, more than likely they're going to look to kill him. Right? You look at all the prophets in the scriptures, okay, every time they spoke, hey, Israel wanted to kill him. We're going to deal with that. But you had Jezebel, who served Baal and had her own prophets, priests under Baal, serving the devil. And if you didn't follow her way, she was coming for you. All right? She came after Elijah. She sent her witch doctors, her wizards after. Jezebel. You're not getting off the hook, Jezebel. All right? Jezebel's not getting off the hook. Not that easy. But Jezebel, his wife, came to him and said unto him, Why is thy spirit so sad that thou eatest no bread? And he said unto her, Because I spake unto Naboth the Jezreelite, and said, Give unto him, give me thy vineyard for money, or else, if it please thee, I will give thee another vineyard for it. And he answered, I will not give thee my vineyard. And Jezebel his wife said unto him, Doest thou now govern the kingdom of Israel? Arise and eat bread, and let thine heart be merry. I will give thee the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite. So she wrote letters in Ahab's name, and sealed them with his seal, and sent the letters unto the elders and to the nobles that were in his city, dwelling with Naboth. All right. So Jezebel plotted to give her husband what she wanted in evil. It's all right. Don't worry. I'm going to plot to have Naboth killed so that you can get what you want. So we drop down to verse 16. And it says here, And it came to pass when Ahab heard that Naboth was dead, that Ahab rose up to go down to the vineyard of Naboth the Jezreelite to take possession of it. So he was all for the wickedness that his wife did, to kill an innocent man for his land. All right? This is us. This is what we do. Then dance over a righteous man's grave and slander him and say all kind of things about him. Oh, Kevin Samuels, yeah, he's gay. He's this, he's that. And when I heard that, I'm like, man, like this sounds exactly like King James. Was it not the same thing that was said to King James after he died? Oh, he was a homosexual. Oh, he was a white man. This, that, anything to get you not to be in the Bible and accept truth. They came up with every lie they could fathom. 1 Kings 23 and 26. And of Jezebel also spake the Lord, saying, The dogs shall eat Jezebel by the wall of Jezreel. Him that dieth of Ahab in the city, the dogs shall eat, and him that dieth in the field shall the fowls of the air eat. So Ahab repented. He repented, but the curse fell on his children. The curse fell on his children. But Jezebel, let's see what happened to her. Let's drop down to verse 23. Let me see here. 1 Kings 21. And let me continue reading here, verse 25. But there was none like unto Ahab, which did sell himself to work wickedness in the sight of the Lord, whom Jezebel his wife stirred up. And he did very abominably in following idols, according to all things as did the Amorites, whom the Lord cast out of Israel before the children of Israel. So who Ahab would be what your modern day simp or beta male, who would allow the devil is big mad right now. We got sex bots coming in the chat. We got the internet going in and out. Big mad. But it's all right. We're going to keep going. So Jezebel's judgment now. Second Kings 9 and 37. All right, this whole time Jezebel's trying to kill the prophets of the Lord. She can't stand the truth. She's having men killed. 2 Kings 9:37. And the carcass of Jezebel shall be as dung upon the face of the field in the portion of Jezreel, so that they shall not say, this is Jezebel. This is Jezebel. Revelations chapter 2, verse 20. And then we're going to get some last few little clips here, or articles, and then we're going to close out. All right, so we're coming to an end. I just want to hit these scriptures here. Revelations 2:20. Notwithstanding, I have a few things against thee, because thou sufferest that woman Jezebel, which calleth herself a prophetess, to teach and to seduce my servants to commit fornication and to eat things sacrificed unto idols. And I gave her space to repent of her fornication, and she repented not. So all the Jezebels out there, those that have the spirit, now's the time to repent. Right? Those moving with this type of energy, you better repent. We love you. You're walking as the enemy of our community, but we're trying to get you to convert and repent. But time is running out. Verse 22, behold, I will cast her into a bed, and them that commit adultery with her into great tribulation, except they repent of their deeds. And I will kill her children with death, and all the churches shall know that I am he which searches the reins and the hearts, and I will give unto every one of you according to your works. So now let's go to so people say Kevin's tone, you know, oh, I can't get past his tone. Well, y'all probably seen this. BlackEnterprise.com. Monique sparks debate after telling black women to stop wearing bonnets and pajamas in public. This is the same thing Kevin Samuels was saying. Let's see if how her tone was.
Hey, my sweet babies. So, it took me a minute to say what I'm getting ready to say, because I want to make sure I'm not saying it in judgment. And
fair use.
I want to make sure I'm saying it from a place of love. Y'all, some of y'all have given me the title of auntie. And I'm honored that y'all do that, right? But there are times where auntie got to talk to her babies and say some real shit. So, yesterday, I was in the airport in Atlanta because I'm in Jackson, Mississippi now at Chuckles Comedy Club, right? And we got 3 shows tonight. We got a matinee at 5:30, then we got 7, then we got 10, right? And I'm excited. I always love going to the stage. So when we got to the airport yesterday, I was excited, like, all right, baby, let's go get him in Jackson, Mississippi. And as we began to walk through the airport, I saw so many, actually too many to count and too many for me to tap. But I saw so many of our young sisters in head bonnets, scarves, slippers, pajamas, blankets wrapped around them, and this is how they're showing up to the airport. And I've been seeing it, not just at the airport, I've been seeing it at the store, at the mall. I've been seeing sisters showing up with these bonnets and headscarves and their slippers. And the question that I'm having to you, my sweet babies, when did we lose pride in representing ourselves?
When did we lose pride in representing ourselves? And listen, this is just one issue of dress code. But how is Monique's tone? Is she condescending? Is she harsh like Kevin, saying the same exact thing? How was her delivery? Do you know that Monique pretty much got ran about the black community and got her sisterhood pass revoked for saying and coming out making this declaration for our sisters to have more pride in how they're, going about representing themselves in airports and public places with pajamas on and bonnets on, looking like you at home. No type of honor or class in how you look and then conducting yourselves. And that's just one of the least forms of dress code issues that we have right now. Okay, well, that's just one woman. Well, what about Tachina Arnold? What about Tachina Arnold on shadowandact.com? Tachina Arnold criticized on Twitter after asking how black women can stop the emasculation of black men in America. So you have one of our dear sisters coming out, posing the question to our sisters. This is just a post on Instagram. This wasn't her tone, or she just made a statement. And asked the question, how can we stop the emasculation of black men in America? Do you know, after she asked this, the barrage of attacks that she got for asking this question? And she said, woo, still reading comments, second thoughts. Despite all, I will never be fearful of asking anyone questions. The black men and women needs to heal together. We are up against a plethora of odds that are continually stacked against us, but it won't change my love for all of us. So now she's getting attacked for trying to, put the black man back in his, how do we get the black man back into his proper place on the throne? Getting attacked by predominantly black women, but you had some Ahabs in there too, some men in there too. Probably from the letter gang. I mean, it's shocking where we are as a people and how far we've fallen and how far we have to go to get out this hole with only this crab in a barrel mentality and this 100-ton elephant of asking sisters for help to stop helping Willy Lynch fulfill his program and to help the black man fulfill the program the Most High sent for him to fulfill. There is nothing but backlash and attack for that notion. So I commend our sister. Right? I commend Tachina Arnold. And she even made another statement. This was back in 2019. And this is kind of what we talked about tonight. It's disturbing to watch black people pounce on other black people when they are already down. Is that not what we seen when Kevin Samuels passed? I mean, the brother's dead. Okay, so you didn't like him, so you didn't agree, and you're going to jump on his grave when he's already down? He's down in the ground. No respect, no honor for the elders, no respect, honor for the dead. And you mean to tell me that the Most High is okay with that? Again, we are undefeated as the children of Israel. And so let's deal with that so we can close out now that we've covered. I want to go through some scriptures now and close out. Right? Let us close out now that we've dealt with this. I want to deal with some scriptures, finalizing. And again, asking that question that I've been asking with the title, how precious is the life and value of a black man in our society today? Does it have any value? Well, I would say no, not at all. But guess what? It's going to become very valuable, very, very, very precious, very, very soon. And sisters are going to hope and wish they had Kevin Samuels there to help them, compared to the men that the devil has coming, that he's sending. Let's talk about that. Who is the devil sending? Well, let's go back to Isaiah 13. We talked about a man being more precious than gold, the judgment on Babylon. We're going to go to Isaiah 13, and we're going to read verse 16. One moment here. And it reads, their children shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes, their houses shall be spoiled, and their wives ravished. So when there's no man, the children, just like Willy Lynch said, no protection for the children. When this war breaks out, your house is no longer protected, so they can come in and take whatever they want from your house. And guess what? The wives, the women, they're going to be ravished, because there's no men. They're independent. They didn't need men. Well, when 911 no longer works and the police have been defunded, as all these men-hating letter gang women are pushing for you to be independent, they've set you up into a nice, perfect trap for the ravishers. And let's deal with that. What is a ravisher?
Ravish.
It says here to seize and carry off by force. To carry off a woman by force. To R-A-P-E, I can't say that word here on YouTube, a woman. Ravisher.
Ravisher.
Someone who assaults others sexually. Someone who assaults others sexually. So the sexual assaulters are already here. This was the elder's lesson today. Daughters of Zion being kidnapped because they have no protection. There's no men. There's no fathers. There's no husbands. So now you set yourself up perfectly for the ravishers to come in and have your way. Oh. And don't think that our sisters aren't out here making it even worse for the ravishers. Let's talk about that now. With the behavior. Isaiah chapter 3. We talked about children being our oppressors and women ruling over us as a curse for falling under the Willy Lynch program, for breaking the Most High's covenant. Isaiah 13:16. Moreover, the Lord said, because the daughters of Zion are haughty and walk with stretched forth necks and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go and making a tinkling with their feet, therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their secret parts. So I want to deal with a couple things here. I want to deal with the haughtiness. What is that word haughty right there?
Haughty.
And I'm not talking about the good kind of a haughty. It says here, disdainfully proud, scornfully arrogant, snobbish. So because women have now said they don't need a man, and they're liberated and independent and free, and hey, the system has given them a career, social handouts, their pride and arrogance is through the roof. And what does this lead to? What does this lead to? Let me get it. I know it's after hours, so I probably don't have to worry about children being up to see this right now. But if your children are up, which they should be asleep, you might want to tell them they can't watch this part. Because the daughters of Zion are haughty. So here you have black women in a restaurant, not a strip club, up on top of tables while white people are filming them twerking. Because the daughters of Zion are haughty. And then you have a owner of the restaurant come, a white man, and tell them to get down. You can't do that here. This is not a strip club. This is not your bedroom with your husband. And they continued. Even after the white man told them to stop, they still continued. Let's get the definition again. Disdainfully proud, scornfully arrogant, snobbish. See, these are the things we can't talk about, or you run the risk of getting canceled. You run the risk of getting hated by your people, your women. You can't talk about these things. These women have to be left alone, and they can do whatever they want. And they can represent black women as this. Right? Or what about this one? Viral video shows women twerking on moving Chicago police SUV. Well, sisters, to show you that they have no regard for the law, any law. They get on top of a cop car and twerk. Let me read it again. Moreover, because the Lord saith, the daughters of Zion are haughty, and walk with stretched forth necks, and wanton eyes, walking and mincing as they go, and making a tinkling with their feet. Therefore the Lord will smite with a scab the crown of the head of the daughters of Zion, and the Lord will discover their secret parts. So what a sister called in today to the Patreon and said, I spoke to my hairstylist, and she told me 80% of black women that come in have alopecia. We're seeing the alopecia right here in the scriptures. Nobody wants to talk about it. We are evil men to bring this up to show our sisters why these things are happening, and in order to reverse them, there must be a change. In that day, the Lord will take away the bravery of their tinkling ornaments about their feet and their calls and their round tires like the moon, the chains and the bracelets and the mufflers, the bonnets. So all those bonnets that Monique was complaining about wearing into the airports and out and about, all that's getting taken away. And the ornaments of the legs and the headbands and the tablets and the earrings, the rings and the nose jewels, the changeable suits of apparel, all the mantles and the wimples and the crisping pins, all those things that's been given to our sisters to glorify themselves in this haughty harlot behavior. Every time you look up, there's a different outfit on, different jewelry on Instagram. I'm taking pictures. The glasses and the fine linen and the hoods and the veils, all that's getting taken away. And it shall come to pass that instead of a sweet smell, there shall be a stink. And instead of a girdle, a rent. And instead of well-set hair, baldness. And instead of a stomacher, a girdle, a girding of sackcloth. And burning instead of beauty. That thy men shall fall by the sword. And thy mighty in the war. Going back to what we read in Isaiah 13. The Most High will make a man more precious than fine gold. 2nd Esdras 16 told us they're going to die in this war. Okay. So the pinnacle for a man in this society is to be a trap star. Okay. Your Lil Nas X or your favorite rap or favorite trapper. And the pinnacle for a sister in our society, in our culture, is to be a whopper. A whapper. Trapper and a whapper. Or what they would call wop. A twerk queen. That's the pinnacle of a black man and black women in our society as a standard of culture right now. And her gates shall lament and mourn, and she being desolate shall sit upon the ground. I mean, there's a whole lot of scriptures here I would like to go through, but probably we're going to have to cut it short for time. But Isaiah 4:1. So what about those sisters that say they don't need a man? They're independent. They don't want to come under the order of a man. We're going to talk about them, but we're also going to talk about those sisters that are going to get in order. Because a man is going to be so rare and appreciated. Righteous men, black men, Israelite men. Isaiah 4:1. And in that day 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name to take away our reproach. Okay, a lot to unpack here. 7 women to 1 man doesn't mean wives. That's 7 women under the hedge and protection of a man. Only one of those can be a wife, at most. And these women don't need food or raiment. They just need a man's protection, because this society has given them all of those things. We just need your protection to take away our reproach. What reproach? Being independent, not being under the hedge of a man. When you look at that word reproach, it says a disgrace, a shame. So understanding the Most High's eyes, a woman should never be not under a man. That's a reproach. Either, and we're in our captivity. So, hey, look, this is the condition we're in. But in the old times, a woman was under her father until she was given her hand in marriage to her husband. She was never not to be under the hedge of a man. You had sisters that were widows. Typically, they would try to look to if the brother of the husband that died, they would try to get him to marry the widow. Okay, if he wasn't married, or she would be in the house under a man that would be there to help bring her into the family so that she has some protection. But going back in those times, whether you want to be or not, there's two orders. There's the Most High's order and what he's established, and then there's the order that the devil is setting place. So one way or the other, you're going to be under a man. Either you're going to be under what we're reading in Isaiah 4, or the ravishers. You're going to be under the foot of the jackboot, the devil's henchman. Take your pick, which man you want to be under. Only one man can take away your reproach. That righteous man that be like fine gold can take away your reproach. In that day shall the branch of the Lord be beautiful and glorious, and the fruit of the earth shall be excellent and comely for them that are escaped of Israel. And it shall come to pass that he that is left in Zion and he that remaineth in Jerusalem shall be called holy, even every one that is written among the living in Jerusalem. When the Lord shall have washed away the filth of the daughters of Zion. Because right now, it's filthy out here. Okay? It is filthy. The representation that we have out here for our sisters and what the whole world sees. I've traveled the whole world. I can tell you how other races of other nations and other countries look at our women. They look at them exactly how they're presenting themselves. Prostitute culture. That's all they see black women as in other countries. Okay, the independence where I don't need a man. All the filth, all the ideology going to be washed away under these men. That's your ticket into the kingdom. You think you're going to come into the kingdom independent? You're in for a rude awakening. So I'm laying it out so sisters understand how it works, what time it is, and the ball game that we are in. All right. So let's go ahead and start to wrap this up. And I'm going to show another video here as I'm getting more scriptures because, again, the jackboots are coming. And I have a video here.
This afternoon, the
UN and WEF announced to accelerate Agenda 2030.
Secretary General and Klaus Schwab, the founder of the World Economic Forum, will witness the signing of a memorandum of understanding on a strategic partnership between the UN and the World Economic Forum, which outlines areas of cooperation to deepen engagement between the two institutions and to jointly accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda.
And to greatly accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2030. We talked about the Agenda 2030 here. A depopulation agenda of the whole Earth's population, primarily Israelites. They are looking to accelerate. Under Trump, they launched Operation Warp Speed. And the Most High said he would cut the time short or no flesh would survive. This agenda is being accelerated. Winter is here. So this is a call to our sisters that, hey, get in order, understand the order of the Most High. If you want to make it through what's coming. Speaking of that order, 1 Corinthians 11:3, but I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. That's the order. And with that, I'm gonna leave it there. It's 1 o'clock here. We went way past the time. There's so many more scriptures I had here to go through it, but I believe the point has been made, and we can maybe even follow up with what wasn't covered in tonight's broadcast, next broadcast, depending on how the Spirit moves and what material we will be going through. But before we do, this was another sister that also has been speaking to our sisters for decades now. So shout out to Miss Shahrazad Ali, who has received a lot of backlash from the sisters with what she's been saying about black women getting in order. And again, she's a Muslim. I don't agree with Islam, but I got to give her props on the things that she said is true. I do agree with her on some points. And this is kind of to show you so that you get an idea that the proper attire of a sister versus what the world has given in culture of how our sisters are supposed to present themselves. All right, this is what the world is given, how women are supposed to look and act. This is the Bible. And again, a woman doesn't always have to have her head covered except when she's praying and prophesying, but look, she's covered. She has elegance, decency about herself, respect, class. Total opposite of what's being portrayed out there right now for our sisters. And I understand that for a lot of sisters, they've grown up, wearing a certain type of fashion. You were tricked. And I know you may think it's not any fun if you're not showing off your body and letting people see your shape and all of that. It's not the way of the Most High God. So, more pictures of our sisters. And these sisters are definitely decked out. It's a holy day, so not saying that you have to be all the way decked out, but just you get an idea of sisters carrying themselves with class, with respect. We have to bring this back. And so for a lot of people in our church, you already know the deal. So this is, nothing new to you all. And even the daughters, okay? Look at how these young daughters of Zion are dressed versus how the world is dressing up our daughters right now in our society. All right, so we went way past the time. We'll maybe retouch back on this next broadcast. Hopefully it's been edifying for you brothers and sisters out there and what we discussed tonight. Hopefully what I brought out hasn't been offensive to anyone. I had no intentions of offending anyone, but things had to be said. Scriptures had to be brought out. Truth had to be brought out. We're in a time where we don't have much time to prepare. Because this is our reality right now. This is our reality right now. The Most High said he will make a man like fine gold, meaning there will be a famine of men. So the distractions, we have to focus on what's really going on, right? What the Most High God is really asking for us to do and be in order right now, and how to conduct ourselves as followers of Christ. There's a standard. Okay? Do you have the standard? Are you meeting that standard? We just had first fruits. Okay? Who in here likes leftovers? All right? Probably not too many people can say, I like leftovers. Or if you do like them, you can say, well, it's not as good as when it's fresh. So imagine you make a meal for you and the Most High, and you eat first because you got to get yours first. You want to do what you want to do. And you give him your leftovers and say, here you go. You can have what's left. You can have the crumbs. You can have, what I don't want. I'm going to eat the best, and give you the worst. First fruits is we give him the best first. And then whatever we get left over is ours. Whatever he blesses us with after getting his first is ours. Okay? And he will see us through all of this, what we see on our screen right now. All right? He will see us through it. All right, so that's the broadcast for tonight. I will make a man more precious than fine gold. I hope brothers and sisters and brothers have been edified tonight with the information that's come out, and that we need to start, definitely, valuing our men more, even for those who maybe don't have the best relationship with their fathers. Hey, that's your father. You still have to honor him. Maybe you don't have the best relationship with your husband. Hey, that's your husband. You still have to honor him as your husband. Okay? And black men are stepping up. Black men have to continue to step up and be those men that the Bible tells us we must be in these times, regardless of the cancel culture, the pushback, the chance that we may lose our life and not be one of those precious few that are fine gold that make it and are alive all the way until the time Christ returns. We all have a duty to serve the Creator to the best of our ability. All right, so Shabbat Shalom, Barakathon, Watawata. Peaceful Sabbath. Bless you all. Thank you for tuning in for tonight's broadcast. If it be the Most High's will, we'll see you here in 2 weeks. Appreciate you, brothers and sisters, through all the internet going in and out, and the lengthy, long 6-hour broadcast tonight, being here. For those that are still here, those that may come back and listen, I know the broadcast is parched, but I will upload the full one to Odyssey if you just want to watch it all the way through. I've recorded it. But continue to stay strong in this walk. For those that are new listeners, hey, hopefully what you've seen and heard this evening will be convicting enough for you to now go ahead and come on in and join us in this fight, in this birth of a nation, in our bringing forth the kingdom, building our communities up, strengthening our homes, seeking Zion. Until next time, brothers and sisters, Shabbat Shalom. Love y'all.